Welcome, guardian of Gotham's shadows, to a journey through the corridors where madness meets method, where the brilliant minds of Arkham Asylum have pushed the boundaries between healing and horror. Tonight, we shall explore the complete chronicles of those experiments that dwell in darkness. From pioneering treatments that twisted into torture, to scientific pursuits that opened doorways better left sealed, let the distant echoes of Gotham's bells and the whisper of cape through stone carry you into peaceful slumber as we trace every thread of psychological innovation that tested the limits of human consciousness itself. In the beginning, before Gotham's shadows knew the weight of a cape or the whisper of justice moving through midnight streets, there existed a mind so brilliant and so broken that it would create from its own anguish the most infamous sanctuary of madness the world has ever known. This is the tale of Amadeus Arkham, whose vision of healing the fractured psyche became itself a fracture through which darkness would pour for generations uncounted, transforming noble intentions into corridors of horror that would challenge the very foundations of what it means to cure the human soul. The story begins not in the Gothic spires that would one day house Gotham's most dangerous minds, but in the quiet study of a Victorian mansion where young Amadeus Arkham first encountered the terrible beauty of psychological research. His mother, Elizabeth Arkham, suffered from what the medical establishment of the late 1800s termed dementia praecox, though her condition encompassed symptoms that would later be recognized as a complex amalgamation of schizophrenia, severe depression, and what modern psychiatry might classify as dissociative identity disorder with psychotic features. Amadeus watched with the horrified fascination of youth as his mother descended into realms of consciousness that seemed to exist beyond the boundaries of normal human experience. She spoke with voices that belonged to no living person, described visions of events that had never occurred, and demonstrated knowledge of subjects she had never studied, as though her fractured mind had become a conduit for information that flowed from sources beyond ordinary perception. The young man who would one day revolutionize psychiatric treatment found himself simultaneously repulsed by and drawn to these manifestations of mental dissolution. The education that followed was shaped by this early exposure to the extremes of human psychological experience as Amadeus pursued studies in medicine, psychology, and what was then called alienism, with the fervor of someone seeking not merely professional achievement, but personal understanding of the forces that had claimed his mother's sanity. His professors at Gotham University noted his exceptional aptitude for understanding the intricate mechanisms of mental illness, yet they also observed a quality of obsession in his research that went beyond normal academic curiosity. The psychiatric theories that dominated the field during Arkham's formative years were primitive by modern standards, relying heavily on physical restraint, isolation, and treatments that bordered on torture rather than healing. The prevailing wisdom held that madness was essentially incurable, that the best society could hope for was the containment of dangerous individuals in institutions that prioritized public safety over patient welfare. Amadeus Arkham rejected these approaches with the passionate intensity of someone who had witnessed their failure firsthand, dedicating himself to developing methodologies that might actually restore sanity, rather than merely managing its absence. The fortune that would eventually fund his grand experiment came from his family's investments in Gotham's burgeoning industrial economy, yet it was earned at a terrible personal cost that would forever shape the character of the institution he would create. His mother's condition continued to deteriorate, despite the most advanced treatments available, requiring increasingly elaborate measures to ensure both her safety and that of others in the household. The servants spoke in whispers of strange sounds emanating from her chambers, of objects found in impossible positions, of moments when Elizabeth Arkham seemed to know things about their personal lives that she could not possibly have learned through normal means. The night that everything changed began like so many others, with Amadeus working late in his study while his mother remained secured in her chambers under the watchful eye of trained attendants. The research that consumed his attention that evening focused on experimental approaches to treating severe dissociative episodes, methodologies that attempted to integrate fractured personality structures through a combination of hypnosis, pharmaceutical intervention, and what he termed consciousness mapping techniques. His notes from that period reveal a mind operating at the very edge of contemporary scientific understanding, pushing into territories that conventional medicine had declared impossible or irrelevant. The screams that shattered the midnight silence were unlike anything the household staff had ever heard, sounds that seemed to emanate not from human vocal cords, but from some deeper source of anguish that transcended the normal boundaries of physical expression. By the time Amadeus reached his mother's chambers, the attendants he had trusted with her care lay dead, their bodies arranged in patterns that suggested not random violence but deliberate ritual purpose, as though their deaths had served some incomprehensible ceremonial function. Elizabeth Arkham was discovered in a state that defied medical explanation, her body showing no signs of the physical exertion that such violence should have required. Yet her eyes blazed with an intelligence that was simultaneously more and less than human. She spoke to her son in voices that belonged to the dead attendants, recounting details of their final moments with a precision that could not have been achieved through normal observation. When questioned about her actions, she replied with quotations from psychiatric texts that Amadeus had never shared with her, demonstrating knowledge of his research that should have been impossible for her to possess. The investigation that followed was perfunctory and inconclusive, hampered by the limited forensic techniques available at the time and the reluctance of authorities to delve too deeply into circumstances that challenged their fundamental assumptions about the nature of sanity and violence. The official verdict attributed the deaths to a tragic episode of extreme psychosis, yet Amadeus knew that what he had witnessed transcended the boundaries of conventional mental illness to encompass phenomena that existing psychiatric theory could neither explain nor address. The decision to end his mother's suffering was made not in haste, but through careful consideration of alternatives that grew progressively more limited, as her condition continued to evolve in directions that seemed to defy the very concept of individual human consciousness. The method he chose reflected both his medical training and his recognition that conventional approaches to treating her condition had proven not merely ineffective, but actively dangerous to everyone in her vicinity. The poison he administered was swift and merciful, yet its effects on his own psyche were neither quick nor kind. The months that followed Elizabeth Arkham's death were marked by a form of grief that transcended normal mourning to become a complete reconstruction of Amadeus's understanding of his mission and purpose in life. The research that had once focused on treating individual patients expanded to encompass broader questions about the nature of consciousness itself and the possibility that madness might serve functions that sane minds could neither comprehend nor appreciate. His notes from this period reveal a gradual shift from conventional psychiatric methodologies toward approaches that incorporated elements of mysticism, occultism, and what he termed trans-rational therapeutic techniques. The architectural plans that emerged from this period of intense psychological transformation reflected Amadeus's evolving understanding of the relationship between physical environment and mental state, incorporating design elements that were intended to facilitate not merely the containment of dangerous patients, but their actual transformation into something approaching functional human beings. The Gothic revival style that he chose for the asylum's exterior was motivated not by aesthetic considerations but by his belief that certain architectural forms possessed inherent psychological properties that could influence the consciousness of those who dwelt within them. The foundation stone of Arkham Asylum was laid on the anniversary of his mother's death, a timing that was neither coincidental nor purely symbolic, but reflected Amadeus's conviction that the institution he was creating would serve as both memorial to her suffering and instrument for preventing similar tragedies from both bias befalling other families. The inscription he chose for the cornerstone reflected his vision of the asylum's ultimate purpose, not merely to house the mad, but to understand madness itself as a phenomenon that might contain keys to unlocking aspects of human consciousness that normal psychology could never access. The staff that Amadeus recruited for his revolutionary institution were selected not merely for their professional qualifications, but for their willingness to embrace experimental approaches that pushed beyond the boundaries of conventional psychiatric practice. He sought individuals who possessed what he termed psychological flexibility, the capacity to work with patients whose conditions challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of identity, memory, and conscious experience. Many of these early employees were themselves survivors of traumatic experiences that had provided them with insights into the extreme states of mind that would characterize Arkham's patient population. The treatment protocols that Arkham developed during the asylum's early years represented a radical departure from the restraint-based approaches that dominated contemporary psychiatric practice, emphasizing instead the importance of understanding each patient's unique psychological landscape and developing individualized therapeutic strategies that acknowledge the specific nature of their mental disturbance. His case notes reveal an almost mystical reverence for the varieties of human consciousness that manifested themselves within the asylum's walls, treating conditions that other doctors dismissed as simple madness as complex phenomena worthy of careful study and respectful intervention. The first patients who arrived at Arkham Asylum were individuals whose conditions had proven resistant to conventional treatment. Men and women whose minds operated according to principles that seemed to violate basic assumptions about rational thought and emotional regulation. Rather than viewing these patients as hopeless cases suitable only for permanent institutionalization, Amadeus treated them as subjects for intensive research into the outer boundaries of human psychological experience, convinced that their altered states of consciousness might provide insights into aspects of mental functioning that normal individuals could never access. The experimental methodologies that he employed during these early years included techniques that would later be recognized as precursors to modern psychotherapy, yet they also incorporated elements drawn from mystical traditions, occult practices, and what he termed consciousness archaeology, the systematic exploration of psychological states that lay buried beneath the surface of normal awareness. His treatment sessions often resembled seances or ritual ceremonies more than medical consultations, employing symbols, artifacts, and environmental modifications designed to facilitate communication with aspects of his patients' psyches that conventional approaches could not reach. The results of these early experiments were both encouraging and deeply disturbing, as patients began to demonstrate improvements that seemed to transcend the limitations of their original conditions, yet often at costs that Amadeus had not anticipated. Some individuals who had been catatonic for years began to speak and interact normally, yet their recovered personalities bore little resemblance to the individuals they had been before their psychological breakdown. Others developed new abilities that seemed to violate natural laws, displaying knowledge of events occurring in distant locations, or demonstrating apparent telepathic communication with fellow patients. The psychological toll that these experiments took on Amadeus himself was gradual but profound, as his daily immersion in extreme mental states began to erode the boundaries of his own psychological integrity. His personal journals from this period reveal a mind that was simultaneously expanding its understanding of human consciousness and losing its grip on the conventional markers of sanity and rationality. He began to experience episodes of lost time, during which he would discover evidence of activities he could not remember performing, including treatment sessions with patients he had no recollection of admitting to the asylum. The marriage that should have provided stability and emotional grounding for Amadeus's increasingly isolated existence instead became another source of psychological pressure as his wife, Constance, struggled to understand the changes that his work was producing in his personality and behavior. Her attempts to encourage him to adopt more conventional psychiatric approaches were met with explanations that grew increasingly incomprehensible, filled with references to psychological theories and therapeutic techniques that seemed to exist at the intersection of science and supernatural belief. The birth of his daughter, Harriet, initially seemed to provide Amadeus with renewed motivation to maintain his connection to normal human relationships and responsibilities. Yet his paternal instincts became increasingly complicated by his professional obsessions. As he began to observe his child's psychological development with the same clinical intensity he applied to his asylum patients. His notes on her early childhood reveal a father who loved his daughter deeply, yet viewed her as another subject for his research into the fundamental nature of human consciousness and the developmental processes that shaped individual identity. The incident that would forever alter the trajectory of both Amadeus's personal life and his professional mission occurred on what should have been an ordinary evening as he worked late in his study, while his family slept peacefully upstairs. The patient who had somehow escaped from the asylum's supposedly secure facilities was a man named Martin Hawkins, whose condition involved what Amadeus had termed aggressive, dissociative episodes, characterized by periods of violent behavior, alternating with complete amnesia regarding his actions during these episodes. The therapeutic breakthroughs that Amadeus believed he had achieved with Hawkins had apparently been less complete than his notes suggested. The discovery of his family's bodies revealed a scene that bore disturbing similarities to the murders that had claimed his mother's attendance years earlier, with evidence of ritualistic arrangement and symbolic positioning that suggested the killer had been motivated by purposes that transcended simple violence or madness. Constance and Harriet had been positioned in poses that referenced imagery from psychiatric texts and occult manuscripts, as though their deaths had served some twisted educational purpose that connected their murders to Amadeus's own research into the extreme territories of human consciousness. The transformation that followed this ultimate personal tragedy was complete and irreversible, as the last vestiges of Amadeus Arkham's connection to normal human emotion and conventional psychiatric methodology were consumed by a grief so profound that it transcended ordinary mourning to become a form of psychological reconstruction. The man who emerged from this crucible of loss bore the same name and performed the same professional functions. Yet he was fundamentally altered in ways that would forever change the nature of the institution he had created and the patients who would be subjected to his evolving therapeutic methodologies. The experimental protocols that Arkham developed during the final phase of his career represented the ultimate expression of his conviction that conventional approaches to mental illness were not merely inadequate, but actively harmful to patients whose conditions required radical interventions that pushed beyond the boundaries of accepted medical practice. His treatment sessions became increasingly elaborate affairs that incorporated elements of theater, ritual, and what he termed psychological archaeology, The systematic exploration of traumatic memories and repressed experiences that lay buried in the deepest levels of his patients' unconscious minds. The staff members who remained loyal to Arkham's vision during this final period were themselves individuals whose psychological profiles suggested a willingness to embrace approaches that conventional medicine would have classified as dangerous or unethical. Yet their dedication to their patients was genuine, and their commitment to achieving therapeutic breakthroughs was absolute. They served as both witnesses and participants in experiments that pushed the boundaries of human psychological endurance, while maintaining detailed records of methodologies and outcomes that would influence psychiatric research for generations to come. The legacy that Amadeus Arkham left behind when his own sanity finally succumbed to the pressures of his research was an institution that embodied both the highest aspirations and the deepest fears of psychiatric medicine, a place where the noble dream of healing fractured minds had been transformed into something far more complex and dangerous. The asylum that bore his name would continue to evolve long after his death, shaped by subsequent administrators and researchers who brought their own visions and obsessions to the eternal challenge of understanding and treating the human mind in its most extreme manifestations. The final irony of Amadeus Arkham's story lies in the recognition that his greatest success and his most terrible failure were ultimately the same achievement: the creation of an institution that would serve as both sanctuary and laboratory for the most dangerous minds that Gotham would produce, a place where the boundaries between patient and doctor, treatment and experiment, healing and horror would remain forever blurred by the vision of a man who sought to cure madness and instead became its most perfect expression. In the labyrinthine corridors of Arkham Asylum, where the boundaries between healer and tormentor have been blurred by decades of experimental psychology, no figure looms larger or casts a darker shadow than the man who transformed legitimate psychiatric research into instruments of control and domination. This is the chronicle of Dr. Hugo Strange, whose brilliant mind became a weapon turned against the very patients he claimed to serve, whose obsession with understanding the human psyche evolved into a compulsion to remake it according to his own twisted vision of perfection and order. The origins of Hugo Strange's descent into moral corruption can be traced to his early years as a promising young psychiatrist, whose genuine desire to understand and heal mental illness was gradually consumed by an intellectual arrogance that recognized no ethical boundaries and acknowledged no limitations on the pursuit of knowledge. His academic credentials were impeccable, his research methodologies were innovative, and his early publications in psychiatric journals established him as one of the most promising minds of his generation. Yet beneath this facade of professional respectability lay psychological fault lines that would eventually crack open to reveal abysses of manipulation and cruelty that transformed healing into horror. Strange's initial attraction to Arkham Asylum was motivated by legitimate scientific curiosity and the institution's reputation as a place where conventional psychiatric treatment had given way to experimental approaches that pushed beyond the boundaries of accepted medical practice. The asylum's founder, Amadeus Arkham, had established protocols that encouraged innovative therapeutic techniques and provided researchers with access to patient populations whose conditions offered unprecedented opportunities to study the extreme territories of human consciousness. For a young doctor whose ambitions extended far beyond routine clinical practice, Arkham represented the perfect laboratory for testing theories and methodologies that more conservative institutions would never have permitted. The early years of Strange's tenure at Arkham were marked by genuine therapeutic successes that seemed to validate his unconventional approaches to treating severe mental illness. Yet, even these achievements were tainted by methodologies that prioritized research outcomes over patient welfare, and demonstrated a willingness to accept risks that more ethically grounded physicians would have considered unacceptable. His treatment sessions often resembled psychological interrogations more than therapeutic consultations, employing techniques of emotional manipulation and mental pressure designed to break down his patients' psychological defenses and expose the hidden mechanisms that governed their aberrant behavior. The transformation that would ultimately define Strange's career began with his encounter with a patient whose condition challenged everything he thought he understood about the relationship between consciousness and identity, between memory and personality, between the individual mind and the collective forces that shaped human behavior. This patient, whose name has been lost to the deliberately obscured records of Strange's most controversial experiments, displayed symptoms that seemed to transcend conventional categories of mental illness, manifesting abilities that appeared to violate basic assumptions about the limitations of human psychological function. The research protocols that Strange developed in response to this extraordinary case represented a radical departure from conventional psychiatric methodology, incorporating techniques borrowed from hypnosis, pharmacological experimentation, and what he termed consciousness archaeology, the systematic exploration of mental territories that lay beyond the reach of normal therapeutic intervention. His treatment sessions became elaborate affairs that combined elements of scientific observation with psychological manipulation, creating environments designed to break down the barriers that separated conscious awareness from the deeper levels of mental functioning that he believed held the keys to understanding and controlling human behavior. The Monster Men experiments that would later become Strange's most infamous contribution to psychiatric research began as attempts to understand the relationship between physical trauma and psychological transformation, investigating whether deliberate alterations to brain chemistry and neurological function could produce predictable changes in personality and behavioral patterns. His early subjects were volunteers from Arkham's patient population who had been deemed incurable by conventional methods, individuals whose conditions were so severe that they had little to lose from participating in experimental procedures that offered even remote possibilities of improvement. The surgical techniques that Strange employed in these early experiments were crude by modern standards, yet represented cutting-edge neuroscience for their time, involving direct intervention in brain tissue, combined with chemical treatments designed to enhance or suppress specific aspects of mental function. His detailed notes from this period reveal a mind that approached human consciousness with the same clinical detachment that other researchers might apply to laboratory animals, viewing his patients' suffering as acceptable costs in pursuit of knowledge that might eventually benefit larger populations of mentally ill individuals. The results of these initial experiments were both fascinating and horrifying, as Strange discovered that deliberate trauma to specific brain regions could indeed produce dramatic changes in personality and behavior. Yet these alterations often came at the cost of the patient's fundamental humanity and capacity for normal social interaction. The subjects who survived his procedures displayed enhanced physical capabilities and altered psychological profiles that made them more compliant and predictable. Yet they had lost essential qualities that made them recognizably human rather than sophisticated biological machines programmed to respond to external stimuli. The success of these preliminary studies encouraged Strange to expand his research program to include more ambitious experiments that sought to create entirely new forms of human consciousness, beings whose mental architecture had been deliberately designed to serve specific functions rather than evolving naturally through normal developmental processes. The Monster Men project represented the ultimate expression of this ambition, involving the creation of artificial beings whose bodies were assembled from surgical techniques and whose minds were programmed through a combination of chemical intervention and psychological conditioning. The creatures that emerged from Strange's laboratory were triumphs of scientific innovation and monuments to moral failure, possessing physical strength and mental obedience that made them perfect instruments for carrying out their creator's will, yet lacking the capacity for independent thought or emotional connection that distinguished conscious beings from sophisticated automatons. Strange viewed these creations as proof that human consciousness could be understood, replicated, and improved through the application of scientific methodology, yet his monster men were ultimately more machine than human, programmed responses, rather than genuine personalities. The psychological profile that emerged from Strange's interactions with both his patients and his artificial creations revealed a mind that had lost the capacity to distinguish between healing and harming, between therapeutic intervention and psychological torture, between scientific advancement and the satisfaction of personal power fantasies. His research notes from this period demonstrate a complete absence of empathy for his subjects' suffering, viewing their pain and confusion as data points rather than expressions of genuine human distress requiring compassionate response. The obsession with Batman that would come to dominate the later phases of Strange's career began with his recognition that Gotham's masked vigilante represented the ultimate challenge to his theories about human psychology and the possibility of controlling behavior through scientific intervention. Here was an individual who appeared to possess extraordinary capabilities, yet operated according to moral principles that Strange found incomprehensible. Someone whose actions seemed to defy the behavioral patterns that psychological research suggested should govern human decision-making under extreme stress. Strange's initial attempts to understand Batman's psychology employed the same analytical techniques that he had developed through his work with Arkham patients. Yet the vigilante's careful concealment of his identity and personal history made conventional psychological profiling extremely difficult. The challenge of penetrating Batman's psychological defenses became an obsession that consumed increasing amounts of Strange's time and intellectual resources, driving him to develop new methodologies for studying subjects who refused to submit voluntarily to examination and analysis. The discovery of Batman's secret identity as Bruce Wayne represented both the culmination of Strange's investigative efforts and the beginning of a new phase in his psychological research, as he recognized that understanding the relationship between the billionaire philanthropist and the masked vigilante might provide insights into the fundamental mechanisms that governed heroic behavior and moral commitment. The dual nature of Batman's existence offered Strange a unique opportunity to study the ways in which traumatic experiences could be channeled into constructive rather than destructive responses, creating strength rather than weakness from psychological wounds. The experiments that Strange designed to test his theories about Batman's psychology were elaborate psychological gambits that sought to place the vigilante in situations where his moral principles would conflict with his practical objectives, forcing him to make choices that would reveal the true foundations of his heroic identity. These scenarios often involve placing innocent lives in danger, while providing Batman with opportunities to save them, only by compromising the ethical standards that Strange believed were artificial constructs, masking deeper psychological drives. The City of Glass project that represented Strange's most ambitious attempt to create controlled environments for studying human behavior under extreme conditions involved the construction of an entire urban district designed to serve as a laboratory for observing how individuals and communities responded to various forms of psychological pressure and social manipulation. The residents of this experimental city were unknowing subjects in research protocols that tested the limits of human adaptability, while providing Strange with unprecedented opportunities to observe behavioral patterns across entire populations. The architecture of Strange's experimental city incorporated subtle design elements intended to influence the psychological states of its inhabitants, creating environments that promoted specific types of social interaction, while discouraging behaviors that might interfere with the research objectives. The buildings, streets, and public spaces were carefully planned to channel human movement and activity in directions that would generate the most useful data, while maintaining the illusion that residents were living normal lives in a conventional urban setting. The psychological manipulation techniques that Strange employed within his experimental city were far more sophisticated than the crude behavioral modification protocols he had used in his early Arkham research, incorporating insights gained from years of studying human consciousness under controlled conditions. His methods included subliminal messaging systems, environmental modifications designed to influence mood and decision-making, and the strategic placement of trained operatives who served as unknowing behavioral models for the genuine residents. The data that Strange collected through his City of Glass project provided him with unprecedented insights into the mechanisms that governed human social behavior and individual psychological development. Yet his use of this knowledge was consistently directed toward increasing his own power and control, rather than benefiting the subjects who had unwillingly participated in his research. The residents of his experimental city became increasingly isolated and psychologically dependent as their environment was systematically modified to eliminate sources of independent thought and autonomous decision-making. The relationship between Strange and his research subjects was characterized by a complete absence of informed consent or ethical consideration, as he viewed the people under his control as raw materials for psychological experimentation rather than individuals deserving of respect and protection. His detailed notes on the behavioral changes he observed in his subjects read like field reports on laboratory animals, focusing on measurable responses to stimuli while completely ignoring the human cost of his experimental manipulations. The therapy sessions that Strange conducted with traditional Arkham patients during this period reflected his evolved understanding of psychological manipulation and his growing confidence in his ability to reshape human consciousness. According to predetermined specifications, his treatment protocols involved systematic psychological torture, disguised as innovative therapeutic techniques, employing methods designed to break down his patients' existing personality structures so that new identities could be constructed from the psychological wreckage. The pharmaceutical experiments that complemented Strange's psychological research involved the development of chemical compounds designed to enhance the effectiveness of his behavioral modification techniques while reducing his beja, subject's capacity for resistance or independent thought. His laboratory became a center for creating substances that could alter brain chemistry in precisely controlled ways, producing predictable changes in personality and behavior that served his research objectives while eliminating the unpredictable variables that made human consciousness so difficult to study and control. The staff members who worked under Strange's direction were carefully selected for their willingness to follow orders without questioning the ethical implications of their actions, creating an institutional culture that prioritized research objectives over patient welfare and viewed experimental subjects as expendable resources rather than human beings deserving of compassionate treatment. The psychological screening process that Strange used to select his assistants ensured that only individuals with appropriate moral flexibility and limited capacity for empathy would be permitted to participate in his most sensitive research projects. The documentation that Strange maintained regarding his experimental activities was meticulously detailed yet deliberately obscured through coding systems and psychological terminology that made the true nature of his research difficult for outside observers to understand or evaluate. His published papers described innovative therapeutic techniques and remarkable patient outcomes, while carefully omitting references to the methods employed to achieve these results and the psychological damage inflicted upon subjects who failed to respond appropriately to his interventions. The legacy of Strange's research extended far beyond his individual contributions to psychiatric methodology, to encompass broader questions about the relationship between scientific advancement and ethical responsibility, between the pursuit of knowledge and the protection of human dignity, between the desire to heal mental illness and the temptation to exploit vulnerable individuals for personal gain. His work at Arkham demonstrated both the potential for psychological research to produce genuine benefits and the dangers inherent in conducting such research without adequate moral oversight or ethical constraint. The influence that Strange's methodologies had on subsequent generations of Arkham researchers was profound and largely negative, as his willingness to ignore ethical boundaries and prioritize research outcomes over patient welfare established precedents that would be followed by other staff members who shared his conviction that the advancement of scientific knowledge justified any means necessary to achieve experimental objectives. The institutional culture that he helped create would persist long after his own departure, continuing to shape treatment protocols and research practices in ways that perpetuated the cycle of abuse and exploitation that had characterized his own career. The patients who survived Strange's experimental procedures carried psychological scars that extended far beyond their original mental illnesses, having been subjected to treatments that were designed to break down rather than heal their psychological structures, while providing their doctor with data about the limits of human psychological endurance. Many of these individuals developed new forms of mental illness that were direct results of their experiences under Strange's care, creating conditions that were more severe and more resistant to conventional treatment than their original diagnoses. The ultimate tragedy of Hugo Strange's career lies in the recognition that his exceptional intellectual capabilities and genuine understanding of human psychology could have been employed in service of healing and helping, rather than controlling and exploiting. That his insights into the mechanisms of consciousness and behavior could have advanced the cause of psychiatric medicine while respecting the dignity and rights of the individuals who served as research subjects. Instead, his legacy remains as a cautionary tale about what happens when brilliant minds are corrupted by power and divorced from the moral principles that should guide all therapeutic intervention. The continuing influence of Strange's research methodologies within Arkham's institutional culture serves as a reminder that the corruption of medical ethics is not merely an individual moral failure, but a systemic problem that requires constant vigilance and institutional commitment to maintaining standards that protect vulnerable populations from exploitation while advancing legitimate scientific understanding of mental illness and its treatment. His story warns against the seductive appeal of shortcuts to knowledge that come at the cost of human suffering and dignity. In the shadowed recesses of Arkham Asylum, where the study of human terror has been elevated to an art form that transcends the boundaries between legitimate psychological research and systematic torture, there dwells a mind so thoroughly consumed by the academic pursuit of fear that it has transformed the noblest aspirations of psychiatric medicine into instruments of calculated horror. This is the chronicle of Professor Jonathan Crane, whose journey from promising young researcher to architect of nightmares demonstrates how intellectual curiosity divorced from moral constraint can create monsters more terrifying than any natural predator that evolution has ever produced. The origins of Crane's fascination with fear can be traced to his earliest childhood experiences in rural Georgia, where the isolation of his family's farmstead and the peculiar obsessions of his grandmother created an environment in which terror became both constant companion and object of scientific study. Keene Crane, his paternal grandmother, was a woman whose religious fundamentalism had curdled into something approaching madness, transforming Christian imagery of judgment and damnation into psychological weapons employed against a vulnerable child whose developing mind became the testing ground for her theories about the relationship between fear and moral development. The scarecrow that dominated the landscape of young Jonathan's daily existence was not merely an agricultural tool designed to protect crops from avian predators, but rather a deliberate instrument of psychological conditioning that his grandmother employed to teach him what she considered essential lessons about the nature of sin, punishment, and the terrible consequences that awaited those who failed to live according to her rigid moral code. The crude figure, constructed from burlap and straw, became the focal point for elaborate theological lectures about divine retribution and eternal damnation, lessons that were reinforced through prolonged exposure to the scarecrow's presence during punishment sessions that combined physical discomfort with systematic psychological intimidation. The intellectual development that followed these formative experiences was shaped by Crane's desperate need to understand and ultimately master the forces that had terrorized his childhood, transforming his grandmother's crude psychological manipulation into sophisticated academic inquiry that promised to reveal the fundamental mechanisms governing human fear responses. His exceptional performance in school was motivated not by natural curiosity or desire for recognition, but by the conviction that knowledge represented the only reliable protection against the kind of helplessness and vulnerability that had defined his early years. The scholarship that enabled Crane's escape from his rural prison and entry into Gotham University's prestigious psychology program was earned through academic excellence that masked a profound emotional dysfunction, as his brilliant analytical mind had developed in isolation from normal social interaction and healthy emotional relationships. His professors noted his exceptional aptitude for understanding the theoretical foundations of psychological research, yet they also observed troubling qualities in his approach to studying human behavior that suggested an inability to empathize with research subjects or appreciate the ethical dimensions of experimental methodology. The doctoral dissertation that established Crane's reputation as a rising star in the field of phobia research was a masterpiece of scholarly rigor that concealed methodologies and conclusions that more ethically grounded researchers would have found deeply disturbing. His work on the neurochemical basis of fear responses incorporated insights gained through experimental procedures that pushed the boundaries of acceptable research practices, employing techniques that prioritize data collection over subject welfare while maintaining the superficial appearance of legitimate scientific inquiry. The faculty position that Crane secured at Gotham University following completion of his doctoral studies provided him with the resources and institutional protection necessary to expand his research program in directions that conventional academic oversight would never have permitted. Yet his growing reputation for innovative approaches to understanding fear psychology attracted collaborators and funding sources that were willing to overlook ethical irregularities in exchange for access to groundbreaking research. Results: the laboratory that he established in the university's psychology building became a center for experimental work that operated according to principles that bore little resemblance to accepted standards of psychological research. The first human subjects who participated in Crane's university-based experiments were student volunteers whose informed consent was obtained through deliberately misleading descriptions of research procedures and potential risks, creating conditions in which individuals agreed to participate in studies whose true nature they could not possibly have understood or approved. His experimental protocols, involved systematic exposure to fear-inducing stimuli combined with pharmaceutical interventions designed to amplify and prolong terror responses while preventing subjects from developing natural coping mechanisms or adaptive responses. The chemical compounds that Crane developed during his university research represented revolutionary advances in neurochemical manipulation that could have provided genuine therapeutic benefits if they had been employed in service of healing rather than exploitation. Yet his formulations were designed specifically to enhance rather than alleviate psychological distress, while creating states of heightened suggestibility that made subjects vulnerable to behavioral modification and psychological control. The fear toxin that would later become his signature weapon began as a legitimate research tool that was gradually refined into an instrument of torture and domination. The psychological profile that emerged from Crane's interactions with both research subjects and academic colleagues revealed a mind that had retained its exceptional intellectual capabilities while losing all capacity for normal human empathy or moral reasoning, viewing other people as laboratory specimens whose suffering provided valuable data rather than fellow human beings deserving of respect and protection. His treatment of students was characterized by emotional manipulation and psychological intimidation that served no educational purpose beyond satisfying his own need to exercise power over vulnerable individuals. The scandal that eventually forced Crane's departure from the university involved allegations of research misconduct that barely scratched the surface of his actual experimental activities, as the institutional investigation focused on relatively minor violations of informed consent protocols, while failing to discover the extent to which his research program had evolved into systematic psychological torture disguised as legitimate scientific inquiry. His resignation was negotiated quietly to avoid publicity that might have damaged the university's reputation, providing him with references and recommendations that facilitated his transition to a new position at Arkham Asylum. The opportunity to join Arkham's research staff represented the perfect solution to Crane's need for continued access to human subjects, combined with institutional protection from ethical oversight that might interfere with his experimental objectives. As the asylum's reputation for innovative approaches to treating severe mental illness created an environment in which unconventional methodologies were not merely tolerated, but actively encouraged. The patient population at Arkham provided him with subjects whose existing psychological vulnerabilities made them ideal candidates for fear-based research that could not be conducted using normal volunteer populations. The treatment protocols that Crane developed during his early tenure at Arkham represented a synthesis of his university research with the practical requirements of managing severely disturbed patients, creating therapeutic programs that were ostensibly designed to help individuals overcome their existing phobias and anxiety disorders, while actually serving as cover for experiments that systematically explored the limits of human psychological endurance under conditions of controlled terror. His therapy sessions became elaborate psychological torture chambers, disguised as clinical treatment environments. The Halloween experiments that would later become notorious among Arkham staff members began as routine therapeutic interventions designed to help patients confront and overcome their fears through controlled exposure therapy. Yet Crane's implementation of these protocols transformed legitimate treatment methods into deliberate efforts to create new and more severe forms of psychological disturbance, while documenting the processes through which rational minds could be driven into complete psychotic breakdown. His detailed notes on these sessions read like instruction manuals for psychological warfare, rather than medical records documenting therapeutic progress. The first patient to be subjected to Crane's refined fear toxin was a middle-aged man whose moderate agoraphobia had been successfully managed through conventional therapy until his transfer to Crane's care, where exposure to increasingly concentrated doses of chemical fear enhancement gradually transformed his manageable anxiety into complete psychological collapse that left him incapable of any form of normal social interaction or independent functioning. The transformation was documented with clinical precision that ignored the human cost of reducing a functioning individual to a state of permanent terror-induced catatonia. The refinement process that Crane employed to develop more effective formulations of his fear toxin involved systematic testing on patient populations whose existing mental illnesses provided convenient cover for the severe psychological symptoms that resulted from exposure to his experimental compounds, as the chaotic environment of Arkham made it virtually impossible for outside observers to distinguish between treatment-related deterioration and natural progression of underlying conditions. His laboratory became a center for chemical weapons research, disguised as pharmaceutical development. The psychological documentation that Crane maintained regarding his patients' responses to fear toxin exposure revealed his growing understanding of the relationship between specific chemical formulations and predictable patterns of psychological breakdown, enabling him to tailor his compounds to produce desired forms of mental disturbance, while avoiding symptoms that might attract unwanted attention from regulatory authorities or ethical oversight committees. His research notes demonstrated the systematic nature of his approach to psychological destruction and the clinical detachment with which he viewed his subjects' suffering. The therapy groups that Crane established for patients with various forms of anxiety disorders became testing grounds for new applications of his fear enhancement technology, as he discovered that group dynamics could be manipulated to amplify individual terror responses while creating social environments in which psychological pressure from peers reinforced the effects of chemical intervention. These sessions devolved into deliberate efforts to destroy whatever psychological stability his patients had retained, creating conditions in which recovery became impossible and deterioration was inevitable. The staff training programs that Crane developed for Arkham personnel were designed to introduce other healthcare workers to his methodologies, while gradually desensitizing them to the ethical implications of employing fear-based interventions in therapeutic contexts, creating an institutional culture in which psychological torture could be presented as innovative treatment while maintaining the superficial appearance of legitimate medical practice. His influence extended throughout the asylum as other staff members began adopting his approaches to patient management and behavioral control. The research publications that Crane produced during his Arkham tenure were masterpieces of academic deception that described revolutionary therapeutic breakthroughs while carefully omitting references to the methods employed to achieve these results, creating a body of scholarly literature that influenced psychiatric practice throughout the professional community while concealing the systematic abuse that had generated the reported outcomes. His papers became required reading in graduate psychology programs, spreading his influence far beyond the walls of Arkham itself. The patient records that documented Crane's treatment outcomes revealed patterns of psychological deterioration that should have raised immediate concerns among supervisory staff. Yet the chaotic administrative environment at Arkham and the asylum's reputation for treating the most difficult cases provided convenient explanations for the high rates of treatment failure and patient deterioration that characterized his caseload. The individuals who entered his care with manageable conditions routinely emerged as broken shells of their former selves. Yet these outcomes were attributed to the intractable nature of their original diagnoses, rather than iatrogenic damage caused by their treatment. The experimental protocols that Crane employed during his most intensive research periods involved systematic documentation of fear responses across different diagnostic categories, creating detailed psychological profiles that mapped the specific vulnerabilities and terror triggers that characterized various forms of mental illness, while developing targeted interventions designed to exploit these weaknesses for maximum psychological impact. His research represented the weaponization of clinical psychology on an unprecedented scale. The pharmaceutical laboratory that Crane established in Arkham's basement levels became a center for developing increasingly sophisticated chemical compounds designed to enhance fear responses while preventing adaptive psychological mechanisms that might enable subjects to develop coping strategies or emotional defenses against continued exposure to terror-inducing stimuli. His formulations represented advances in neurochemical manipulation that could have revolutionized legitimate anxiety treatment if they had been employed for therapeutic rather than destructive purposes. The psychological conditioning programs that Crane developed for use with violent patients were ostensibly designed to reduce aggressive behavior through fear-based behavior modification, yet his actual objectives involved creating states of learned helplessness and psychological dependency that made subjects easier to control, while eliminating their capacity for independent thought or autonomous decision-making. These programs transformed dangerous criminals into compliant victims whose personalities had been systematically destroyed through exposure to calculated psychological trauma. The relationship between Crane's research and his growing personal identification with the scarecrow imagery that had dominated his childhood revealed the extent to which his professional activities served psychological needs that went far beyond scientific curiosity or career advancement, as his systematic terrorization of vulnerable patients provided him with opportunities to exercise the kind of power over others that his grandmother had once wielded over him. His transformation into the Scarecrow represented the complete merger of his scientific expertise with his deepest psychological compulsions. The costume that Crane eventually adopted for his activities outside Arkham was more than mere theatrical affectation, serving as both psychological amplifier for his fear toxin's effects and symbolic representation of his evolved understanding of terror as a tool for social control and individual domination. The crude scarecrow that had terrorized his childhood had been refined into a sophisticated instrument of psychological warfare that combined cutting-edge neurochemistry with primal symbolism to create effects that transcended anything achievable through chemical intervention alone. The victims who encountered Crane in his scarecrow persona were subjected to carefully orchestrated experiences that combined his refined fear toxin formulations with environmental manipulation and psychological pressure designed to create maximum terror, while providing him with opportunities to observe and document human responses to extreme psychological stress under controlled conditions. His crimes became extensions of his research program, field experiments that tested his theories about fear and control in real-world settings. The legacy of Crane's research at Arkham extends far beyond his individual contributions to the understanding of fear psychology, to encompass broader questions about the corruption of scientific methodology and the transformation of healing institutions into centers for systematic abuse and exploitation. His work demonstrated how legitimate research objectives could be perverted to serve destructive purposes while maintaining the superficial appearance of therapeutic intervention, creating precedents that would influence subsequent generations of Arkham researchers. The patients who survived Crane's experimental procedures carried psychological damage that extended far beyond their original mental health conditions. Having been subjected to treatments designed to create rather than alleviate psychological disturbance while serving as unwilling subjects in research that prioritized data collection over human welfare. Many developed new forms of anxiety and phobic disorders that were directly attributable to their experiences under his care, creating conditions that were more severe and more resistant to conventional treatment than their original diagnoses. The institutional culture that Crane helped establish at Arkham normalized the use of fear and intimidation as therapeutic tools, while creating administrative structures that protected research activities from external oversight or ethical review, ensuring that his methodologies would continue to influence patient treatment long after his own departure from legitimate psychiatric practice. His transformation of Arkham from treatment facility to experimental laboratory represented a fundamental corruption of the asylum's original mission that would persist across subsequent decades of institutional development. The ultimate tragedy of Jonathan Crane's story lies in the recognition that his exceptional understanding of fear, psychology, and neurochemical manipulation could have been employed to develop genuinely effective treatments for anxiety, disorders, and phobic conditions, potentially alleviating suffering for millions of individuals while advancing the legitimate goals of psychiatric medicine. Instead, his personal psychological damage and moral corruption transformed therapeutic knowledge into weapons of terror, creating a legacy of suffering that far outweighed any scientific contributions his research might have provided to the understanding of human psychology and the treatment of mental illness. In the sterile laboratories beneath Arkham Asylum, where the pursuit of scientific understanding has long since abandoned any pretense of serving human welfare, there exists perhaps no research program more morally bankrupt, yet intellectually fascinating, than the systematic study of the chemical compounds that have transformed Gotham's most notorious criminal into a living weapon of madness and death. This is the chronicle of the Joker Venom studies, a decades-long investigation into the neurochemical basis of insanity that has consumed the careers of brilliant researchers while producing insights so dangerous that they threaten the very foundations of rational thought and civilized behavior. The origins of this unholy research program can be traced to the first documented appearance of the entity known only as the Joker, whose initial crime spree left behind a trail of victims whose deaths defied every known principle of toxicology and forensic pathology. The corpses discovered in the aftermath of his attacks displayed symptoms that seemed to violate basic assumptions about the relationship between chemical exposure and biological response, exhibiting signs of massive neurochemical disruption combined with muscular contractions that had frozen their facial features into expressions of maniacal laughter that persisted even after death had claimed them. The medical examiner who conducted the first autopsy on a Joker Venom victim was Dr. Patricia Leland, a forensic pathologist whose reputation for meticulous analysis and scientific rigor had been established through decades of investigating the most unusual deaths that Gotham's criminal underworld could produce. Yet nothing in her extensive experience had prepared her for the biochemical anomalies that characterized the tissue samples and blood chemistry readings obtained from the Joker's earliest victims, whose bodies had been transformed into monuments to a form of chemical warfare that transcended conventional understanding of poison and its effects on human physiology. The preliminary analysis that Leland conducted revealed the presence of organic compounds that bore superficial similarities to known neurotoxins, yet displayed chemical properties that suggested entirely novel mechanisms of action, incorporating molecular structures that seemed to have been designed with intimate knowledge of human neurochemistry, combined with complete disregard for the survival of the organisms exposed to these substances. The toxin appeared to target specific receptor sites in the brain's emotional regulation centers, while simultaneously affecting muscle control systems in ways that produced the characteristic facial expressions that mark Joker Venom victims. The decision to expand this forensic investigation into a comprehensive research program was motivated by legitimate concerns about public safety and the need to develop potential antidotes or treatments for future victims of Joker attacks. Yet the institutional environment at Arkham Asylum transformed these noble objectives into something far more sinister. As researchers became obsessed with understanding and potentially replicating the very compounds they were supposed to, but neutralizing, the boundary between protective research and weaponization became increasingly blurred as scientists discovered that Joker Venom represented a form of neurochemical manipulation that exceeded anything achieved through conventional pharmaceutical development. Dr. Bartholomew Wolper, who assumed leadership of the expanded research program following Leland's transfer to other duties, brought to the project a background in experimental psychiatry and pharmaceutical development that provided him with both the technical expertise necessary to analyze complex neurochemical compounds and the moral flexibility required to pursue research objectives that more ethically grounded scientists would have found unacceptable. His approach to studying Joker Venom involved systematic experimentation on both voluntary and involuntary subjects, whose exposure to carefully controlled doses of the toxin provided data about its mechanisms of action while generating new victims whose suffering served the cause of scientific advancement. The laboratory facilities that were constructed specifically for Joker Venom research incorporated containment systems and safety protocols that reflected both the extreme danger posed by the compounds being studied and the institutional commitment to pursuing this research regardless of the risks involved to both researchers and test subjects. The underground complex that housed these operations was designed to prevent any accidental release of experimental materials while providing researchers with controlled environments for observing the effects of various toxin formulations on human subjects whose informed consent had been obtained through deception or whose mental health conditions made them legally incompetent to refuse participation in experimental procedures. The first breakthrough in understanding Joker Venom's chemical composition came through mass spectrometry analysis that revealed the presence of synthetic organic compounds incorporating elements that did not occur naturally in any known biological system, suggesting that the toxin had been created through deliberate chemical engineering rather than extracted from natural sources or produced through conventional pharmaceutical manufacturing processes. This discovery raised disturbing questions about the identity and capabilities of the individual responsible for creating such sophisticated neurochemical weapons, as the level of expertise required to design and synthesize these compounds exceeded that possessed by most university research programs or pharmaceutical companies. The molecular structure analysis that followed revealed that Joker Venom incorporated multiple active components that worked synergistically to produce its characteristic effects, combining neurotransmitter analogues that disrupted normal brain chemistry with muscle relaxants that caused the facial contractions associated with the victim's final expressions, while also including compounds that appeared to enhance the psychological impact of the dying process by prolonging consciousness and intensifying emotional responses during the final moments of life. The toxin was designed not merely to kill, but to transform the act of dying into a form of psychological torture that served both practical and symbolic purposes. The efforts to synthesize Joker Venom in laboratory conditions met with limited success, as researchers discovered that the toxin's effectiveness depended upon precise molecular ratios and chemical interactions that were extremely difficult to replicate without access to the original manufacturing processes or detailed knowledge of the synthetic pathways employed in its creation. The batches produced through reverse engineering attempts were either completely ineffective or so unstable that they posed unacceptable risks to laboratory personnel, leading to several accidental exposures that provided additional data about the toxin's effects while claiming the lives of researchers whose deaths were attributed to laboratory accidents rather than experimental casualties. The psychological profiling component of the research program attempted to understand the mindset and motivations of the individual responsible for creating Joker venom, developing detailed analyses of the criminal personality that would choose to employ such weapons, while also investigating the possible therapeutic applications of compounds that could so dramatically alter human emotional responses and behavioral patterns. Dr. Leland, who had returned to the project as a psychological consultant, contributed insights about the relationship between the toxin's effects and the psychological profile of its creator, suggesting that the Joker's choice of weapon reflected deep-seated issues related to identity, emotional expression, and the desire to force others to share his own psychological state. The experimental protocols that governed human testing of Joker venom analogues were designed to minimize legal liability while maximizing research value, employing patient populations whose existing mental health conditions provided convenient explanations for any adverse reactions that might result from toxin exposure. The subjects selected for these experiments were typically individuals whose families had abandoned them to institutional care and whose deaths or permanent psychological damage would attract minimal outside attention, creating conditions in which researchers could pursue their objectives without fear of external investigation or ethical oversight. The detailed documentation that researchers maintained regarding their experimental results included video recordings of subjects' responses to various toxin formulations, creating an archive of human suffering that served both scientific and entertainment purposes for staff members who had lost the capacity to view their research subjects as fellow human beings deserving of compassion and protection. These recordings captured not only the physiological effects of toxin exposure, but also the psychological terror experienced by victims who realized that their participation in medical research had become a form of slow execution disguised as therapeutic intervention. The attempts to develop antidotes or treatments for Joker venom poisoning were consistently undermined by the researchers' simultaneous efforts to understand and replicate the toxin's effects, creating conflicts of interest that prevented the development of effective countermeasures, while ensuring that future victims would continue to provide research opportunities for scientists whose priorities had become fundamentally corrupted. The few antidote formulations that showed promise in laboratory testing were deliberately withheld from clinical application to preserve research opportunities, while ineffective treatments were promoted to maintain the appearance of legitimate medical research. The pharmaceutical companies that provided funding and resources for Joker venom research were attracted by the potential commercial applications of compounds that could so dramatically alter human consciousness and emotional responses, viewing the toxin as a potential foundation for developing new categories of psychiatric medications or chemical weapons that could be marketed to military and law enforcement agencies. The corporate involvement in this research program ensured that commercial considerations would take precedence over humanitarian concerns, while providing researchers with financial incentives to prioritize profit-generating applications over public safety or ethical responsibility. The patient population at Arkham became increasingly viewed as a renewable resource for Joker venom experimentation, with admission criteria and treatment protocols being modified to ensure steady supplies of research subjects while minimizing the risk that experimental casualties would attract unwanted attention from regulatory authorities or family members. The medical records maintained for these patients were deliberately falsified to conceal evidence of experimental exposure, while creating documentation that would support claims of natural disease progression or treatment-related complications. The psychological impact of prolonged exposure to Joker venom research on the staff members involved in these programs was profound and largely ignored by institutional administrators who prioritized research outcomes over employee welfare, leading to high rates of psychological breakdown and ethical numbing among personnel who were required to observe and document human suffering on a daily basis while maintaining the pretense that their activities served legitimate medical purposes. Many researchers developed symptoms resembling those exhibited by their test subjects, including inappropriate emotional responses and disturbed patterns of social interaction that reflected the corrosive effects of prolonged participation in systematic cruelty. The security measures that surrounded Joker venom research were designed not only to prevent accidental exposure or theft of dangerous materials, but also to conceal the true nature of the experimental programs from outside observers who might question the ethical legitimacy of research that prioritized scientific advancement over human welfare. The classification systems and administrative procedures that governed access to research facilities created multiple layers of secrecy that protected ongoing experiments while ensuring that evidence of illegal or unethical activities would be difficult for investigators to discover or document. The relationship between Joker venom research and other experimental programs at Arkham created opportunities for cross-pollination between different areas of investigation, as researchers shared techniques and insights that enhanced the effectiveness of their respective projects while creating new possibilities for combined approaches that incorporated elements from multiple research programs. The chemical expertise developed through toxin analysis was applied to other pharmaceutical research, while psychological insights gained from studying toxin victims influenced behavioral modification programs and psychiatric treatment protocols throughout the asylum. The evolution of Joker venom itself over time, as evidenced by chemical analysis of samples obtained from crime scenes spanning multiple years, suggested that its creator continued to refine and modify the toxin's composition based on feedback from its practical applications, incorporating improvements that enhanced its effectiveness while addressing limitations identified through real-world use. This ongoing development process implied that the research being conducted at Arkham might be providing information that directly contributed to the creation of more sophisticated and dangerous versions of the toxin. The attempts to profile the Joker's psychological state through analysis of his chemical creations revealed disturbing insights about the relationship between creative intelligence and moral corruption, as researchers discovered that the toxin's design reflected not only advanced technical knowledge, but also intimate understanding of human psychology and the specific mechanisms that governed fear, pain, and psychological breakdown. The individual responsible for creating Joker venom possessed both the intellectual capabilities of a gifted scientist and the moral sensibilities of a sadistic killer, combining technical expertise with psychological insight in ways that produced weapons of unprecedented sophistication and cruelty. The ethical review processes that were supposed to govern human experimentation at Arkham had been systematically corrupted through years of administrative manipulation and regulatory capture, creating institutional structures that provided superficial compliance with legal requirements, while facilitating ongoing violations of research ethics and human rights. The committees responsible for evaluating experimental protocols were dominated by researchers whose own projects required similar ethical flexibility, ensuring that mutual protection arrangements would prevent serious oversight or intervention in ongoing programs. The documentation requirements that governed Joker venom research created elaborate systems of record keeping that served simultaneously to satisfy regulatory authorities and to conceal evidence of illegal activities, employing coding systems and euphemistic language that made experimental procedures appear to be legitimate therapeutic interventions, while creating plausible deniability for administrators and researchers who might face future legal challenges. The medical records and research reports produced through these programs represented masterpieces of bureaucratic deception that transformed torture into therapy and murder into medical research. The long-term effects of Joker venom exposure on survivors of experimental procedures included not only the obvious physical and psychological trauma associated with toxin poisoning, but also more subtle changes in personality and cognitive function that reflected permanent alterations in brain, chemistry, and neural pathway development. Many subjects who survived initial exposure continued to experience symptoms that resembled voluntary intoxication with the toxin, suggesting that the compounds had produced permanent changes in neurochemical function that made victims psychologically dependent on the substances that had nearly killed them. The research publications that emerged from Joker venom studies were carefully crafted to present findings in ways that would contribute to legitimate scientific knowledge while concealing the unethical methods employed to obtain experimental data, creating a body of academic literature that influenced psychiatric and toxicological research throughout the professional community, while hiding the systematic abuse that had generated these insights. The papers published by Arkham researchers became required reading in graduate programs and professional development courses, spreading the influence of their work far beyond the institution where it had been conducted. The ultimate legacy of the Joker venom studies extends far beyond the specific insights gained about neurochemical manipulation and toxicological mechanisms to encompass broader questions about the corruption of scientific research and the compass, transformation of healing institutions into centers for systematic exploitation and abuse. The program demonstrated how legitimate research objectives could be perverted to serve destructive purposes while maintaining the superficial appearance of medical investigation, creating precedents that would influence subsequent generations of researchers and institutional policies in ways that perpetuated cycles of abuse disguised as scientific advancement. The victims who survived exposure to experimental Joker venom formulations carried both physical and psychological scars that would affect them for the remainder of their lives, having been subjected to procedures designed to test the limits of human endurance, while providing researchers with data about neurochemical manipulation and toxicological mechanisms that could be applied to future weapon development or pharmaceutical research. Their suffering represented not merely individual tragedy but systematic violation of human dignity in service of scientific objectives that prioritized knowledge acquisition over ethical responsibility and humanitarian concern. In the frozen laboratories beneath Arkham Asylum, where the boundaries between preservation and torment have been blurred by decades of experimental research conducted at temperatures that defy the natural order of life and death, there exists a research program so morally complex and scientifically fascinating that it challenges fundamental assumptions about consciousness, suffering, and the ethical limits of medical intervention. This is the chronicle of the cryogenic preservation studies, a project that began with the noble goal of extending human life through suspended animation, yet gradually evolved into something far more sinister, as researchers discovered that the borderland between life and death offered unprecedented opportunities for studying consciousness under conditions that transformed healing into a form of exquisite torture disguised as cutting-edge medical research. The origins of Arkham's cryogenic research program can be traced to the arrival of Victor Fries, whose tragic personal circumstances and revolutionary scientific expertise provided the asylum with both the technical knowledge necessary to explore the medical applications of extreme cold and a living example of how cryogenic enhancement could fundamentally alter human physiology while preserving consciousness in forms that challenged conventional definitions of life and death. Fries came to Arkham not as a patient but as a researcher whose unique condition made him the world's foremost authority on the biological effects of sustained exposure to temperatures that would normally prove fatal to organic tissue. The personal tragedy that had transformed Victor Fries from brilliant scientist into the entity known as Mr. Fries began with his desperate attempts to preserve his wife Nora, whose rare degenerative condition required her to be maintained in cryogenic suspension while he searched for a cure that might restore her to normal life. The accident that had altered his own physiology, forcing him to exist in permanently sub-zero temperatures to survive, had granted him intimate knowledge of the ways in which extreme cold affected human consciousness, while also providing him with technological capabilities that far exceeded anything achieved through conventional cryogenic research. The proposition that Fries presented to Arkham's administration was both scientifically revolutionary and ethically problematic, offering the asylum access to cryogenic technologies that could potentially suspend the progression of degenerative mental illnesses, while providing researchers with unprecedented opportunities to study consciousness in states that existed at the boundary between life and death. His equipment could maintain human subjects at temperatures that slowed cellular metabolism to virtually undetectable levels, while preserving brain function sufficiently to allow continued psychological observation and experimental intervention. The initial research protocols that were developed around Fries's cryogenic capabilities were presented as breakthrough treatments for patients whose conditions had proven resistant to conventional therapeutic intervention, offering individuals with progressive dementia, severe schizophrenia, and terminal brain disorders the possibility of suspended animation that might preserve their consciousness until more effective treatments could be developed. The ethical justification for these procedures was compelling, as they appeared to offer hope to patients who faced certain deterioration and death under conventional treatment protocols. The first subjects selected for experimental cryogenic preservation were volunteers from Arkham's patient population, whose families had provided consent for participation in procedures that were described as innovative treatments rather than experimental research, creating legal protections for the asylum while ensuring that subjects would be available for extended study periods without external interference or oversight. The informed consent process was carefully designed to emphasize potential benefits while minimizing references to risks or uncertainties that might discourage participation in what was presented as cutting-edge medical care. The preservation chambers that Fries designed for human subjects incorporated monitoring systems that allowed researchers to observe brain activity and physiological responses throughout the suspension process, providing unprecedented insights into the relationship between consciousness and biological function, while maintaining subjects in states that could be adjusted to serve various experimental objectives. The technology represented a quantum leap beyond conventional cryogenic preservation, offering precise control over metabolic rates and neurological activity that enabled researchers to maintain subjects in customized states of suspended animation. The psychological effects of cryogenic preservation on conscious subjects were both fascinating and deeply disturbing, as individuals who underwent the procedure reported experiences that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness and the relationship between mind and body. Many subjects described periods of extended awareness, during which they could perceive their surroundings and understand conversations occurring near their preservation chambers, yet were unable to communicate or control their physical responses in any way, creating states of psychological imprisonment that represented new forms of sensory deprivation and isolation. The research team that assembled around Freeze's cryogenic program included specialists in neurology, psychology, and biomedical engineering, whose combined expertise enabled increasingly sophisticated experiments that pushed the boundaries of what suspended animation could reveal about human consciousness and the mechanisms that governed mental illness. Dr. Sarah Chen, a neurologist whose previous work on consciousness studies had established her reputation as an expert in altered states of awareness, became the project's primary investigator for psychological research, developing protocols that attempted to communicate with preserved subjects while they remained in suspended animation. The communication techniques that Chen developed for interacting with cryogenically preserved subjects involved electronic monitoring of brain activity combined with sensory stimulation designed to elicit measurable responses from individuals whose consciousness remained active despite their inability to move or speak. These methods revealed that many subjects retained full awareness of their circumstances while experiencing profound alterations in their perception of time, with minutes of real-world time corresponding to subjective experiences that seemed to last for hours or days from the preserved individual's perspective. The therapeutic applications that were initially pursued through cryogenic preservation included attempts to halt the progression of Alzheimer's disease and other forms of dementia by suspending patients at stages when their cognitive function remained relatively intact, providing time for researchers to develop treatments that might restore normal brain function when the subjects were eventually revived. The preliminary results were encouraging, as several patients showed no measurable deterioration during extended preservation periods. Yet the psychological costs of consciousness suspended in time became increasingly apparent as subjects reported experiences of extreme isolation and temporal disorientation. The gradual expansion of the cryogenic research program to include subjects with various forms of mental illness reflected growing confidence in the safety and effectiveness of preservation procedures, yet also revealed the extent to which research objectives had shifted from therapeutic intervention toward pure scientific investigation of consciousness under extreme conditions. Patients with bipolar disorder, severe depression, and anxiety disorders were subjected to preservation protocols designed to study how different mental health conditions responded to suspended animation, with less attention paid to potential benefits than to research opportunities provided by these unusual circumstances. The development of selective preservation techniques that could suspend specific brain regions while maintaining normal function in others represented a significant advancement in cryogenic technology that opened new possibilities for studying localized consciousness and the relationship between different areas of the brain and various aspects of mental function. These procedures allowed researchers to create subjects whose emotional responses were suspended while cognitive function remained active, or vice versa, providing unprecedented insights into the modular nature of consciousness and the ways in which different mental faculties could be independently controlled. The ethical review process that was supposed to govern cryogenic research at Arkham had been systematically compromised through administrative manipulation and researcher conflicts of interest, creating oversight committees dominated by individuals whose own projects required similar ethical flexibility and who were therefore unlikely to impose restrictions that might interfere with ongoing experimental programs. The superficial compliance with regulatory requirements concealed fundamental violations of research ethics that transformed innovative medical treatment into systematic exploitation of vulnerable patient populations. The psychological impact of extended cryogenic preservation on both subjects and researchers became increasingly apparent as the program expanded, with preserved individuals developing new forms of mental illness that reflected their unique experiences of consciousness suspended in time, while staff members who worked with preservation equipment began exhibiting symptoms of emotional detachment and moral numbing that reflected prolonged exposure to human suffering disguised as medical research. The boundary between researcher and subject became increasingly blurred as personnel were exposed to psychological pressures that challenged their own mental stability. The documentation requirements for cryogenic research created elaborate record-keeping systems that served both legitimate scientific purposes and administrative deception, employing technical language and complex data presentation formats that made it difficult for external reviewers to understand the true nature of experimental procedures, while creating comprehensive archives of research results that could support future publications and grant applications. The medical records maintained for preserved subjects were masterpieces of bureaucratic camouflage that transformed experimental torture into therapeutic intervention. The relationship between cryogenic preservation and other research programs at Arkham created opportunities for interdisciplinary collaboration that enhanced the effectiveness of multiple experimental projects, while also increasing the risks faced by subjects who might be exposed to combined procedures that incorporated elements from different research areas. Patients who underwent cryogenic preservation were often selected for participation in psychological experiments, pharmaceutical testing, or surgical procedures that took advantage of their suspended state to minimize resistance or complications. The technological innovations that emerged from Arkham's cryogenic research program included improvements in preservation equipment, monitoring systems, and revival procedures that advanced the field of legitimate cryogenic medicine, while also creating new possibilities for weaponizing cold as a tool for psychological control and behavioral modification. The patents and technical publications that resulted from this research contributed to scientific knowledge while concealing the unethical methods employed to achieve these breakthroughs, creating intellectual property that could be commercialized without acknowledging its origins in systematic human experimentation. The long-term effects of cryogenic preservation on subjects who were eventually revived included not only the obvious physical consequences of extended exposure to extreme cold, but also profound psychological changes that reflected the unique nature of consciousness suspended in time, with many individuals reporting persistent alterations in their perception of temporal relationships and difficulty readjusting to normal patterns of social interaction and emotional expression. The preservation process appeared to create permanent changes in brain function that affected personality and cognitive capacity in ways that were poorly understood and largely irreversible. The selective revival protocols that researchers developed for bringing preserved subjects back to normal consciousness were designed to maximize research value while minimizing legal liability, employing procedures that could be adjusted to produce various degrees of cognitive function and memory retention depending on experimental objectives. Some subjects were revived with full memory of their preservation experience, while others emerged with no recollection of the period during which they had been suspended, creating control groups that enabled researchers to study the psychological effects of awareness versus ignorance regarding experimental procedures. The family notification procedures that governed communication with relatives of preserved subjects were carefully crafted to provide superficial compliance with legal requirements while minimizing the risk that family members would interfere with ongoing research programs. Employing euphemistic language, and selective disclosure of information that created misleading impressions about the nature of experimental procedures and the welfare of their loved ones. Many families were told that their relatives were receiving innovative treatments that showed promise for eventual recovery, while the actual research focused on understanding consciousness rather than achieving therapeutic outcomes. The quality of life assessments that were supposed to evaluate whether preservation procedures were beneficial to subjects employed measurement criteria that prioritized research objectives over patient welfare, focusing on biological indicators and cognitive function, while minimizing attention to subjective experiences of suffering, isolation, and psychological distress that preservation subjects consistently reported when they were able to communicate. The evaluation protocols were designed to support continued experimentation rather than to protect subject welfare or inform decisions about treatment continuation or termination. The commercial applications of cryogenic research attracted interest from pharmaceutical companies and biotechnology firms that viewed Arkham's program as a source of valuable intellectual property and research data that could be applied to developing new products and services for both medical and military markets. The corporate funding that supported these research activities created financial incentives for researchers to prioritize commercially viable outcomes over humanitarian concerns, while providing additional resources that enabled expansion of experimental programs into areas that would not have been supported through traditional medical research funding. The recruitment procedures that ensured steady supplies of subjects for cryogenic research involved modifications to Arkham's admission criteria and treatment protocols that systematically identified patients whose social circumstances and family situations made them suitable candidates for extended experimental procedures without generating unwanted attention from regulatory authorities or advocacy organizations. The selection process prioritized individuals whose disappearance from normal social networks would be unlikely to trigger investigations or demands for accountability. The training programs that prepared staff members for participation in cryogenic research included desensitization procedures designed to reduce normal emotional responses to human suffering, while providing technical education about preservation equipment and monitoring systems that enabled personnel to perform their duties without questioning the ethical implications of their actions. The psychological conditioning that accompanied technical training created institutional cultures that normalized systematic abuse while maintaining the superficial appearance of professional medical practice. The legacy of Arkham's cryogenic research program extends far beyond the specific technological innovations and scientific insights that emerged from these experiments to encompass broader questions about the relationship between scientific advancement and ethical responsibility, the corruption of healing institutions, and the transformation of medical research into systematic exploitation of vulnerable populations. The program demonstrated how noble objectives like preserving life and advancing medical knowledge could be perverted to serve destructive purposes, while maintaining the institutional protection and public legitimacy that enabled continued operation without effective oversight or intervention. The subjects who survived their experiences with cryogenic preservation carried both physical and psychological scars that would affect them for the remainder of their lives, having been subjected to procedures that fundamentally altered their relationship to consciousness, time, and physical existence, while providing researchers with data about human endurance and psychological adaptation under extreme conditions. Their suffering represented not merely individual tragedy, but systematic violation of human dignity in service of scientific objectives that prioritized knowledge acquisition over ethical responsibility and humanitarian concern, creating a legacy of trauma that extended far beyond the boundaries of the preservation chambers where their consciousness had been suspended between life and death. In the forbidden archives beneath Arkham Asylum, where the pursuit of psychiatric knowledge has long since abandoned any pretense of serving humanitarian purposes, there exists perhaps no research program more fundamentally corrupting to the human soul than the systematic investigation of death and resurrection as potential therapeutic interventions for severe mental illness. This is the chronicle of the Lazarus experiments, a decades-long exploration of the psychological and neurological effects of temporary death that transformed the ancient dream of conquering mortality into a nightmare of scientific hubris that challenged the very foundations of consciousness, identity, and the sacred boundary between life and the void that lies beyond. The origins of this most blasphemous research program can be traced to the influence of Ra's al Ghul, whose centuries of experience with the life-restoring properties of the Lazarus pits had provided him with unique insights into the relationship between death, resurrection, and the fundamental nature of human consciousness. His periodic interactions with Arkham's research community, conducted through intermediaries and carefully concealed financial arrangements, gradually introduced asylum staff to theoretical frameworks and experimental possibilities that mainstream medical science would never have considered, yet which offered tantalizing prospects for treating mental illnesses that conventional therapy had proven incapable of addressing. The initial contact between Ra's al Ghul's organization and Arkham's research establishment was facilitated through Dr. Jeremiah Arkham, whose family legacy and personal obsessions with understanding the outer boundaries of human psychological experience made him uniquely receptive to proposals that challenged conventional assumptions about the relationship between consciousness and physical existence. The grandson of the asylum's founder possessed both the institutional authority necessary to authorize experimental programs that operated outside normal ethical oversight and the psychological flexibility required to embrace research methodologies that more conventional administrators would have found morally unacceptable. The theoretical foundation that underpinned the Lazarus research was based upon Ra's al Ghul's observations that individuals who experienced death and resurrection through the pit's mystical properties often emerged with fundamental alterations to their personality and psychological makeup, suggesting that the boundary between life and death represented a threshold across which consciousness could be transported and transformed in ways that might prove therapeutically beneficial for individuals whose mental illnesses had proven resistant to conventional treatment. The possibility that temporary death might serve as a form of radical psychological reset offered hope for patients whose conditions appeared hopeless under existing therapeutic paradigms. The chemical analysis of water samples obtained from authentic Lazarus pits revealed the presence of organic compounds and mineral concentrations that defied conventional understanding of biochemistry and geology, incorporating elements that seemed to exist in states that challenged fundamental assumptions about molecular stability and chemical reaction dynamics. The laboratory investigations that attempted to understand these substances produced results that were simultaneously fascinating and deeply disturbing, as researchers discovered that the pit's life-restoring properties operated according to principles that transcended normal scientific understanding while producing effects that were both miraculous and horrifying. The first attempts to synthesize artificial Lazarus compounds using conventional laboratory techniques met with limited success, as researchers discovered that the pit's therapeutic properties depended upon complex interactions between mystical forces and chemical processes that could not be replicated through purely scientific means. The synthetic formulations that emerged from these efforts possessed some ability to restore life to recently deceased organisms, yet they also produced side effects that included severe psychological instability, violent behavior, and what researchers termed resurrection psychosis, a condition characterized by fundamental alterations to personality and cognitive function that reflected the traumatic nature of the death and revival experience. The patient population selected for the first human trials of experimental resurrection therapy consisted of individuals whose terminal diagnoses and severe psychiatric conditions provided ethical justification for employing procedures that carried enormous risks while offering uncertain benefits. Dr. Miranda Kane, a psychiatrist whose previous research had focused on near-death experiences and altered states of consciousness, assumed leadership of the human experimentation component of the program, developing protocols that attempted to balance research objectives with patient safety while pushing the boundaries of medical ethics to their absolute limits. The methodology employed in these initial experiments involved inducing clinical death in volunteer subjects through carefully controlled procedures that stopped heart function and brain activity for predetermined periods, followed by resurrection attempts using synthetic Lazarus compounds combined with conventional resuscitation techniques. The subjects who participated in these trials were terminally ill patients with co-occurring severe mental illness whose families had provided consent for experimental procedures that were described as potentially life-saving treatments, rather than research investigations into the fundamental nature of consciousness and identity. The results of the first successful resurrection experiments were both medically remarkable and psychologically catastrophic, as subjects who were restored to life after periods of clinical death ranging from several minutes to over an hour displayed complete recovery of basic biological function, combined with profound alterations to their personality and mental state that suggested the death and revival process had fundamentally altered their psychological architecture. Many resurrected subjects reported memories of experiences during their period of clinical death that included encounters with deceased individuals, visions of otherworldly realms, and insights into the nature of existence that challenged conventional understanding of consciousness and reality. The psychological profiling that was conducted on successfully resurrected subjects revealed consistent patterns of personality change that included increased aggression, reduced empathy, and what researchers termed thanatological disorientation, a condition in which individuals who had experienced death and resurrection displayed fundamental confusion about their own identity and their relationship to the living world. These changes were not merely temporary adjustment responses to traumatic medical procedures, but appeared to represent permanent alterations to brain function and consciousness that reflected the profound impact of crossing the boundary between life and death. The detailed documentation that researchers maintained regarding the resurrection process included physiological monitoring data that captured the precise moment when consciousness returned to clinically dead subjects, revealing patterns of brain activity that differed significantly from normal awakening responses and suggested that the restored consciousness was not merely the continuation of pre-death mental states, but rather represented something fundamentally new and different. The electroencephalographic recordings obtained during resurrection procedures showed wave patterns that had never been observed in living humans, indicating that the revived subjects' brains were operating according to principles that transcended conventional understanding of neurological function. The psychological interviews conducted with resurrected subjects provided insights into the subjective experience of death and resurrection that challenged religious and philosophical assumptions about the nature of consciousness and the possibility of continued awareness after biological death. Many subjects reported detailed memories of their experiences during clinical death, describing encounters with deceased relatives, journeys through otherworldly landscapes, and communications with entities that claim to represent various aspects of the divine or supernatural realms. Yet these accounts were often accompanied by expressions of profound psychological distress and spiritual confusion that suggested the death experience was more traumatic than transcendent. The therapeutic applications that were initially pursued through resurrection therapy focused on treating patients whose severe depression and suicidal ideation had proven resistant to conventional intervention, based on the theory that experiencing actual death might satisfy their self-destructive impulses while providing them with insights that could facilitate psychological healing and recovery. The preliminary results were mixed, as some subjects did report reduced suicidal thoughts following their resurrection experience. Yet these improvements were often accompanied by new forms of psychological disturbance that were potentially more dangerous than their original conditions. The expansion of the resurrection research program to include subjects with various forms of mental illness reflected growing confidence in the safety and effectiveness of the procedures, yet also revealed the extent to which research objectives had shifted from therapeutic intervention toward pure scientific investigation of consciousness and identity under extreme conditions. Patients with schizophrenia, bipolar disorder, and severe anxiety disorders were subjected to death and resurrection protocols designed to study how different mental health conditions responded to the ultimate psychological trauma, with less attention paid to potential benefits than to research opportunities provided by these extraordinary circumstances. The development of graduated resurrection protocols that involved varying periods of clinical death enabled researchers to study the relationship between duration of death and subsequent psychological changes, creating experimental conditions that allowed systematic investigation of consciousness during different stages of the dying process. Subjects were maintained in states of clinical death for periods ranging from several minutes to several hours, providing data about the temporal dynamics of consciousness, dissolution, and restoration while pushing the boundaries of what the human mind could endure without permanent destruction. The family consent procedures that govern participation in resurrection experiments were carefully designed to emphasize potential therapeutic benefits while minimizing disclosure of risks and uncertainties that might discourage family members from authorizing their loved ones' participation in procedures that were fundamentally experimental rather than therapeutic. The informed consent process employed euphemistic language that described death and resurrection as advanced forms of consciousness therapy, designed to provide psychological insights that conventional treatment could not achieve. The staff training programs that prepared medical personnel for participation in resurrection research included desensitization procedures designed to reduce normal emotional responses to witnessing repeated deaths and revivals, while providing technical education about resuscitation equipment and monitoring systems that enabled staff to perform their duties without questioning the ethical implications of deliberately killing patients in the name of medical research. The psychological conditioning that accompanied technical training created institutional cultures that normalized systematic violation of the most fundamental medical ethical principles. The security protocols that surrounded resurrection research were designed to prevent unauthorized access to experimental facilities, while also concealing the true nature of research activities from regulatory authorities and external observers who might question the legitimacy of procedures that involve deliberately inducing death in psychiatric patients. The classification systems and administrative procedures that governed access to research areas created multiple layers of secrecy that protected ongoing experiments, while ensuring that evidence of illegal activities would be difficult for investigators to discover or document. The philosophical implications of successful human resurrection challenged fundamental assumptions about identity, consciousness, and the nature of personal continuity that had underpinned Western thought for centuries. As researchers grappled with questions about whether resurrected subjects were the same individuals who had died or entirely new entities that happened to possess the memories and physical characteristics of deceased persons, the metaphysical uncertainties created by resurrection research had profound implications for legal, ethical, and theological frameworks that governed human relationships and social institutions. The psychological impact of repeated exposure to death and resurrection on research staff was profound and largely ignored by institutional administrators who prioritized research outcomes over employee welfare, leading to high rates of existential crisis, spiritual confusion, and moral breakdown among personnel who were required to participate in procedures that challenged their fundamental beliefs about life, death, and human dignity. Many researchers developed symptoms resembling those exhibited by their resurrected subjects, including identity, confusion, spiritual disorientation, and what appeared to be secondary traumatic stress related to witnessing repeated violations of the boundary between life and death. The medical complications that frequently accompanied resurrection procedures included not only the obvious risks associated with inducing clinical death, but also more subtle physiological changes that reflected the profound impact of death and revival on human biology, with many subjects experiencing ongoing health problems that appeared to result from fundamental alterations to cellular function and metabolic processes that had been permanently affected by their temporary death experience. The long-term medical monitoring of resurrected subjects revealed patterns of accelerated aging, immune system dysfunction, and neurological deterioration that suggested the resurrection process exacted significant biological costs, even when it appeared initially successful. The relationship between resurrection research and other experimental programs at Arkham created opportunities for interdisciplinary collaboration that enhanced the effectiveness of multiple research projects, while also multiplying the risks faced by subjects who might be exposed to combined procedures that incorporated elements from different experimental areas. Patients who underwent resurrection therapy were often selected for participation in psychological experiments, pharmaceutical testing, or surgical procedures that took advantage of their altered mental state and reduced capacity for informed consent. The documentation requirements for resurrection research created elaborate record-keeping systems that served both legitimate scientific purposes and administrative deception, employing technical language and complex data presentation formats that made it difficult for external reviewers to understand that patients were being deliberately killed and revived for research purposes, while creating comprehensive archives that could support future publications and patent applications. The medical records maintained for resurrected subjects were masterpieces of bureaucratic camouflage that transformed murder and resurrection into innovative psychiatric treatment. The recruitment procedures that ensured steady supplies of subjects for resurrection experiments involved systematic targeting of patients whose terminal diagnoses and social isolation made them ideal candidates for procedures that carried high mortality risks, while generating minimal external attention or accountability demands. The selection process prioritized individuals whose deaths would be expected and whose resurrections could be concealed within the normal patterns of medical crisis and recovery that characterized terminal care in institutional settings. The quality control measures that governed resurrection procedures included detailed protocols for determining when subjects had achieved sufficient clinical death to provide meaningful research data while maintaining sufficient biological integrity to enable successful revival, creating standardized procedures for killing and resurrecting human beings that treated these profound experiences as routine medical interventions, subject to the same efficiency and reliability standards applied to conventional surgical procedures. The commercial applications of resurrection research attracted interest from pharmaceutical companies, biotechnology firms, and government agencies that viewed Arkham's program as a source of valuable intellectual property and research data that could be applied to developing new products and services for medical, military, and intelligence applications. The potential economic value of technologies that could reliably restore life after death created powerful financial incentives that supported continued research while corrupting the theoretical therapeutic objectives that had originally justified these experimental programs. The theological controversies that surrounded resurrection research reflected broader cultural conflicts about the relationship between scientific advancement and religious belief, as various faith communities struggled to interpret the implications of successful human resurrection for their doctrinal understanding of death, soul, and divine authority over life and death. The religious objections to resurrection research were often dismissed by researchers as superstitious interference with legitimate scientific investigation. Yet the spiritual distress exhibited by many resurrected subjects suggested that these concerns might have valid psychological and emotional foundations. The legacy of the Lazarus experiments extends far beyond the specific scientific insights gained about consciousness and identity under extreme conditions to encompass broader questions about the limits of ethical medical research and the corruption of healing institutions by scientific hubris and institutional ambition. The program demonstrated how even the most fundamental ethical boundaries could be crossed when research objectives were divorced from humanitarian concerns and when institutional cultures prioritized knowledge acquisition over respect for human dignity and the sacred nature of life and death. The subjects who survived their experiences with death and resurrection carried both physical and psychological scars that would affect them for the remainder of their lives. Having been subjected to procedures that fundamentally challenged their understanding of their own identity and their relationship to existence itself, while providing researchers with data about human consciousness that could never be obtained through ethical means, their suffering represented not merely individual tragedy, but systematic violation of the most basic human rights in service of scientific objectives that transformed the sacred mystery of death into laboratory data and reduced the profound experience of resurrection to experimental variables in research protocols that treated human consciousness as raw material for academic investigation. In the clinical corridors of Arkham Asylum, where the systematic study of fractured minds has produced insights both profound and profoundly disturbing, there exists perhaps no case that has commanded more sustained attention or generated more controversial research than the ongoing investigation of Harvey Kent Dent, whose transformation from Gotham's crusading district attorney into the coin-flipping criminal known as Two-Face represents the ultimate expression of dissociative identity disorder taken to its most extreme and violent manifestation. This chronicle explores decades of experimental treatment protocols designed to understand and potentially cure the most dramatic case of personality fragmentation in psychiatric literature, revealing how the noble goal of healing a shattered mind became an obsession that consumed careers and challenged fundamental assumptions about identity, consciousness, and the possibility of psychological integration. The origins of Harvey Dent's condition can be traced to the horrific acid attack that physically scarred the left side of his face, while simultaneously creating psychological trauma so severe that it shattered his previously stable personality into two distinct and opposing identities that shared the same physical form, yet operated according to entirely different moral frameworks and behavioral patterns. The immediate medical response to his injuries focused necessarily on treating the extensive chemical burns and preventing life-threatening complications. Yet the psychiatric implications of his condition were recognized almost immediately as representing something unprecedented in the annals of mental health literature. The initial psychological evaluation that was conducted during Dent's emergency hospitalization revealed symptoms that went far beyond normal trauma responses to encompass what appeared to be genuine dissociation into separate personality states that possess distinct memories, values, and behavioral patterns, while sharing access to the same physical body and basic cognitive capabilities. Dr. Martha Wayne, who served as the primary psychiatric consultant during this critical period, documented the emergence of what she termed a secondary personality that identified itself as Big Bad Harv, an entity that claimed no connection to Harvey Dent's previous identity while displaying intimate knowledge of his personal history and professional accomplishments. The decision to transfer Dent to Arkham Asylum for specialized treatment reflected both the severity of his psychological condition and the unique research opportunities that his case presented to investigators interested in understanding the mechanisms that governed personality formation and the possibility of therapeutic intervention in cases of extreme dissociative disorder. The medical team that assembled to treat his condition included specialists in trauma, psychology, dissociative disorders, and forensic psychiatry, whose combined expertise was intended to develop innovative treatment approaches that might restore his psychological integration while advancing scientific understanding of consciousness and identity. The treatment facility that was specially constructed to accommodate Dent's unique needs incorporated environmental modifications designed to minimize triggers that might exacerbate his dissociative episodes while providing researchers with controlled conditions for studying the transition between his two personality states. The architectural features included specialized lighting systems that could be adjusted to emphasize or de-emphasize the scarred side of his face, monitoring equipment that tracked physiological changes during personality switches, and security measures that could be activated when his violent alternate identity gained control of their shared physical form. The comprehensive psychological assessment that was conducted during Dent's first months at Arkham revealed the extraordinary complexity of his dissociative condition, as researchers discovered that his two personality states possessed not only different behavioral patterns and moral frameworks, but also distinct physiological responses, stress reactions, and what appeared to be separate memory systems that could selectively access different aspects of his personal history. Harvey Dent retained memories of his career as district attorney and his relationships with friends and colleagues, while Big Bad Harv claimed exclusive ownership of memories related to criminal activities and violent episodes that had occurred since the acid attack. The experimental treatment protocols that were developed specifically for Dent's condition represented radical departures from conventional approaches to dissociative identity disorder, incorporating techniques borrowed from hypnosis, pharmaceutical intervention, and what researchers termed consciousness archaeology, the systematic exploration of psychological territories that lay buried beneath the surface of normal awareness. Dr. Patricia Arkham, who had assumed primary responsibility for Dent's treatment, believed that his condition offered unprecedented opportunities to study the mechanisms that governed personality formation, while testing innovative therapeutic techniques that might prove applicable to other cases of severe dissociation. The integration therapy sessions that formed the cornerstone of Dent's treatment involved elaborate attempts to facilitate communication between his two personality states, while identifying potential areas of psychological overlap that might serve as foundations for eventual reintegration into a single coherent identity. These sessions often resembled negotiations between separate individuals rather than therapy with a single patient, as Harvey Dent and Big Bad Harv displayed fundamentally different responses to therapeutic interventions while maintaining their distinct perspectives on moral responsibility, criminal behavior, and the significance of the physical scarring that had triggered their psychological separation. The pharmaceutical research component of Dent's treatment program involved systematic testing of various psychoactive compounds designed to influence the frequency and intensity of his personality switches while potentially creating conditions that might facilitate psychological integration. The medications employed in these experiments included conventional antipsychotic drugs, experimental compounds developed specifically for dissociative disorders, and combinations of substances that had never been tested on human subjects, creating treatment protocols that prioritized research objectives over patient welfare, while maintaining the superficial appearance of innovative therapeutic intervention. The role of chance and probability in Dent's psychological condition became a focal point for research that attempted to understand his obsessive reliance on coin flips to make decisions that his fractured consciousness could not resolve through normal deliberative processes. The coin that he carried had become more than a decision-making tool to evolve into what researchers termed an external regulatory mechanism that provided psychological stability by resolving conflicts between his competing personality states while maintaining the illusion of random chance, rather than acknowledging the profound cognitive impairment that made normal decision-making impossible. The detailed documentation that researchers maintained regarding Dent's behavioral patterns revealed that his personality switches followed predictable patterns that could be triggered by specific environmental stimuli, emotional stress, or references to his pre-attack identity and relationships. The transition between Harvey Dent and Big Bad Harv involved measurable changes in brain activity, hormone levels, and autonomic nervous system function that suggested the psychological dissociation was accompanied by genuine neurological reorganization that created distinct physiological profiles for each personality state. The family therapy sessions that were conducted with Dent's former wife and close associates were designed to explore the impact of his condition on his personal relationships, while potentially providing therapeutic leverage that might facilitate psychological integration through emotional connections that predated his traumatic transformation. These sessions revealed the profound grief experienced by individuals who had lost someone they loved not to death, but to a psychological transformation that had preserved his physical presence while fundamentally altering everything that had made him the person they had known and cherished. The legal implications of Dent's condition created unprecedented challenges for researchers who were required to navigate complex questions about criminal responsibility, competency to stand trial, and the relationship between mental illness and legal accountability in cases where a single individual appeared to contain both victim and perpetrator within the same psychological system. The forensic evaluations that were conducted to assess his legal status revealed fundamental contradictions between Harvey Dent's genuine remorse for criminal acts and Big Bad Harv's proud ownership of the same behaviors, creating legal scenarios that challenged existing frameworks for understanding criminal responsibility and mental health defenses. The environmental psychology studies that were conducted using dense living spaces as controlled experimental environments involved systematic manipulation of visual stimuli, lighting conditions, and architectural features designed to influence the frequency and duration of his personality switches, while providing researchers with data about the relationship between external triggers and internal psychological states. His quarters were equipped with mirrors that could be adjusted to emphasize different aspects of his facial scarring, artwork that incorporated themes of duality and moral ambiguity, and furnishings that could be rearranged to create environments that favored one personality state over the other. The occupational therapy component of Dent's treatment program involved attempts to engage both personality states in productive activities that might provide common ground for eventual integration, while offering opportunities to study how his dissociated consciousness approached different types of cognitive tasks and social interactions. The activities included legal research projects that appealed to Harvey Dent's professional background and strategic games that satisfied Big Bad Harv's competitive nature, creating therapeutic environments that attempted to address the needs of both personality states while working toward their eventual psychological merger. The group therapy sessions that included other Arkham patients with dissociative disorders provided opportunities for comparative research, while potentially offering Dent social support from individuals who shared similar psychological challenges. Yet, these interactions often deteriorated into conflicts between different personality combinations that created chaotic social dynamics and occasionally dangerous situations when multiple dissociated individuals failed to maintain clear boundaries between their various identity states. The surgical interventions that were proposed to address Dent's facial scarring were complicated by his psychological attachment to the physical disfigurement that had triggered his dissociative condition, as attempts to restore his normal appearance were met with violent resistance from Big Bad Harv, who viewed the scarring as essential to their shared identity and whose cooperation was necessary for successful medical treatment. The relationship between physical appearance and psychological identity became a central focus for research that attempted to understand how external changes might facilitate internal healing. The behavioral modification programs that were employed to reduce Dent's reliance on chance as a decision-making mechanism involved systematic attempts to strengthen his capacity for independent judgment while reducing the psychological anxiety that made coin flipping necessary for resolving internal conflicts between his competing personality states. These interventions met with limited success, as both Harvey Dent and Big Bad Harv had developed such profound dependence on external randomization that attempts to eliminate this coping mechanism often resulted in complete psychological paralysis or violent episodes that endangered both patient and staff safety. The family history research that was conducted to identify potential predisposing factors for Dent's dissociative condition revealed patterns of childhood trauma, emotional abuse, and psychological instability that suggested his personality fragmentation might have represented the culmination of long-standing vulnerabilities, rather than simply a response to the acid attack that had triggered his overt symptoms. The genealogical studies included interviews with relatives, examination of medical records, and psychological testing of family members that provided insights into possible genetic or environmental factors that might have contributed to his susceptibility to dissociative disorders. The neurological imaging studies that were conducted to identify potential brain abnormalities associated with Dent's condition revealed structural and functional changes that appeared to correlate with his personality switches, including altered activity patterns in brain regions associated with moral reasoning, emotional regulation, and executive decision-making. The brain scans obtained during periods when different personality states were dominant showed distinct patterns of neural activation that suggested genuine neurological basis for his psychological dissociation rather than conscious role-playing or malingering. The experimental integration techniques that were tested on Dent included hypnosis sessions designed to facilitate communication between his personality states, pharmaceutical interventions intended to suppress one identity while strengthening the other, and psychological conditioning programs that attempted to reinforce behaviors associated with his pre-trauma identity while extinguishing responses that characterized his criminal alternate personality. These procedures met with limited success and often produced unpredictable side effects that included temporary personality integration, followed by even more severe dissociation, suggesting that his condition might be too firmly established to respond to conventional therapeutic intervention. The crisis management protocols that were developed to handle situations when Big Bad Harv gained control of their shared body involved rapid response teams, chemical restraints, and environmental modifications, designed to minimize potential violence while protecting both patient and staff safety during episodes of criminal behavior that occurred within the therapeutic environment. The frequency and severity of these incidents provided ongoing data about the relationship between internal psychological conflicts and external behavioral manifestations, while creating operational challenges that complicated routine treatment activities. The longitudinal studies that tracked Dent's condition over extended periods revealed gradual changes in the balance between his two personality states, with Big Bad Harv appearing to gain strength and prominence over time while Harvey Dent's influence seemed to diminish, suggesting that his dissociative condition might be progressive rather than stable, and that therapeutic intervention might be necessary to prevent complete psychological eclipse of his original identity by his criminal alternate personality. The staff training programs that prepared personnel for working with Dent included specialized education about dissociative disorders, safety protocols for managing violent episodes, and psychological preparation for forming therapeutic relationships with patients whose identity remained fundamentally uncertain and whose responses to treatment could not be predicted based on conventional psychological theories or clinical experience with less severe forms of mental illness. The ethical review processes that governed research conducted on Dent's case were complicated by questions about informed consent in situations where different personality states might have conflicting views about participation in experimental procedures, creating scenarios where Harvey Dent might agree to treatments that Big Bad Harv violently opposed, or vice versa, requiring researchers to develop new frameworks for obtaining consent from patients whose consciousness was fundamentally divided against itself. The legacy of Harvey Dent's treatment at Arkham extends far beyond his individual case to encompass broader questions about the nature of identity, the possibility of psychological integration in cases of severe dissociation, and the relationship between physical trauma and mental illness that have influenced psychiatric research and treatment protocols for decades. His condition represents both the potential for human consciousness to survive devastating trauma through creative psychological adaptation and the tragic cost of such survival when it results in the destruction of integrated personality and the emergence of internal conflicts that can never be fully resolved. The ongoing nature of Dent's treatment reflects the fundamental challenge posed by dissociative identity disorder in its most extreme manifestations. As researchers continue to search for therapeutic approaches that might restore psychological integration, while respecting the complexity of consciousness and the profound impact of trauma on human identity. His case serves as both inspiration and warning for mental health professionals who work with severely dissociated patients, demonstrating both the resilience of human consciousness and the limits of current therapeutic knowledge in addressing the most profound forms of psychological fragmentation that can result from exposure to extreme trauma and violence. In the labyrinthine depths of Arkham Asylum, where the boundaries between therapeutic intervention and psychological manipulation have been systematically eroded by decades of experimental research, there exists perhaps no program more insidious in its corruption of the healing arts than the systematic investigation of mind control technologies as potential treatments for severe mental illness. This is the chronicle of the Mad Hatter's mind control research, a project that began with the ostensibly noble goal of helping patients overcome debilitating psychiatric conditions through advanced hypnotic techniques, yet gradually evolved into something far more sinister as researchers discovered that the technologies developed by Jervis Tech offered unprecedented opportunities for controlling human consciousness in ways that transformed healing into domination and therapy into systematic psychological enslavement. The origins of this most ethically compromised research program can be traced to the arrival at Arkham of Jervis Tech, whose brilliant understanding of hypnotic psychology and revolutionary advances in technological mind control had made him both one of the most dangerous criminals in Gotham's history and potentially one of the most valuable research assets in the asylum's collection of extraordinary minds. Tech came to Arkham not merely as a patient requiring treatment for his own severe psychological disorders, but as the creator of mind control technologies that represented quantum leaps beyond anything achieved through conventional hypnosis or behavioral modification techniques. The personal pathology that had driven Tech to develop his mind control capabilities was rooted in a profound dissociation from normal human relationships and an obsessive need to create the illusion of social connection through technological domination rather than genuine emotional bonding. His fixation on Lewis Carroll's Alice's Adventures in Wonderland had provided him with both the thematic framework for his psychological delusions and the metaphorical structure for mind control techniques that treated human consciousness as malleable material that could be reshaped according to predetermined narrative patterns and character archetypes. The technological innovations that Tech had created during his criminal career included electronic devices that could induce hypnotic states through combinations of visual stimuli, auditory patterns, and electromagnetic field manipulation that bypassed conscious resistance mechanisms while creating profound alterations in perception, memory, and behavioral control. His mind control headbands and neural interface systems represented advances in neurotechnology that exceeded anything developed through legitimate research channels, incorporating principles of brain function and consciousness manipulation that mainstream neuroscience was only beginning to understand. The research proposal that Tech presented to Arkham's administration through his attorney was both scientifically intriguing and morally problematic, offering the asylum access to mind control technologies that could potentially revolutionize the treatment of severe psychiatric conditions while providing him with opportunities to continue his research within a controlled environment that offered both legal protection and access to human subjects, whose mental health conditions made them ideal candidates for experimental procedures. His proposal emphasized the therapeutic applications of controlled consciousness alteration, while carefully omitting references to the more sinister possibilities that his technologies enabled. Dr. Sarah Chen, who had previously distinguished herself through research on consciousness studies and altered states of awareness, was selected to oversee the therapeutic applications of Tetch's mind control technologies, bringing to the project both the scientific expertise necessary to understand complex neurotechnological systems and the institutional credibility required to secure ethical approval for procedures that pushed the boundaries of acceptable psychiatric treatment. Her initial enthusiasm for the project's therapeutic potential would gradually be corrupted as she discovered the extent to which mind control technologies could be used to achieve objectives that went far beyond legitimate medical treatment. The patient population that was initially selected for experimental mind control therapy consisted of individuals whose severe psychiatric conditions had proven resistant to conventional treatment, including patients with treatment-resistant depression, severe anxiety disorders, and various forms of psychosis whose symptoms had failed to respond to pharmaceutical intervention or traditional psychotherapy. The selection criteria emphasized individuals whose desperate circumstances and limited treatment options provided ethical justification for employing experimental procedures that carried significant risks while offering uncertain benefits. The mind control devices that were adapted for therapeutic use incorporated sophisticated monitoring systems that allowed researchers to observe brain activity during consciousness alteration procedures while maintaining precise control over the intensity and duration of hypnotic effects. Tetch's original criminal-oriented equipment was modified to include safety protocols and medical monitoring capabilities that were designed to minimize risks to research subjects while maximizing data collection opportunities. For scientists interested in understanding the mechanisms that governed consciousness, manipulation, and behavioral control, the initial therapeutic protocols involved using mind control technology to induce states of deep relaxation and receptivity that were intended to enhance the effectiveness of conventional psychotherapy while helping patients overcome psychological resistance to treatment that had previously prevented therapeutic progress. The early results were encouraging, as many subjects demonstrated improved cooperation with therapeutic interventions and reported subjective experiences of reduced anxiety and depression during periods when they remained under the influence of mind control technology. The hypnotic programming techniques that Tetch had developed for creating specific behavioral responses and personality modifications were gradually incorporated into the therapeutic protocols as researchers discovered that direct manipulation of consciousness could achieve rapid improvements in psychiatric symptoms that might otherwise require years of conventional therapy to address. The ability to implant therapeutic suggestions directly into patients' unconscious minds while bypassing their conscious resistance mechanisms offered possibilities for treating mental illness that exceeded anything available through traditional psychiatric approaches. The Alice in Wonderland syndrome studies that formed a specialized component of the research program focused on Tetch's unique expertise in creating alternate reality experiences that could transport patients into carefully constructed fantasy environments where their psychiatric symptoms might be addressed through symbolic interaction with archetypal characters and narrative structures borrowed from classical literature. These procedures involved complete sensory immersion in technologically mediated alternate realities that allowed patients to experience therapeutic narratives from within rather than as passive recipients of external treatment. The consent procedures that govern participation in mind control research were carefully designed to comply with legal requirements while minimizing patients' awareness of the full scope and implications of experimental procedures that would fundamentally alter their consciousness and, potentially, their personality structure. The informed consent process employed language that emphasized therapeutic benefits while using technical terminology and euphemistic descriptions that concealed the extent to which subjects would be surrendering control over their own mental processes to researchers and technological systems. The monitoring systems that tracked patients' responses to mind control procedures included both physiological measurements and psychological assessments designed to identify therapeutic benefits while documenting any adverse effects that might result from consciousness manipulation. The data collection protocols prioritized research objectives over patient welfare, focusing on measurable outcomes that could support scientific publications, while paying insufficient attention to subjective experiences of psychological violation and identity disruption that many subjects reported when they were able to communicate their concerns. The programming protocols that were developed for treating specific psychiatric conditions involved systematic alteration of patients' thought patterns, emotional responses, and behavioral tendencies through direct technological intervention in brain function that bypassed normal psychological defense mechanisms while creating artificial personality modifications that appeared therapeutic but were actually forms of technological brainwashing disguised as medical treatment. The procedures transformed patients into more compliant and manageable individuals while destroying essential aspects of their autonomous personality development. The staff training programs that prepared personnel for conducting mind control research included desensitization procedures designed to reduce normal ethical concerns about consciousness manipulation while providing technical education about hypnotic equipment and programming techniques that enabled staff members to operate sophisticated technological systems without questioning the moral implications of using these tools to control human minds. The psychological conditioning that accompanied technical training created institutional cultures that normalized systematic psychological violation while maintaining the superficial appearance of legitimate medical practice. The quality control measures that governed mind control procedures included detailed protocols for determining optimal programming parameters while monitoring subjects for signs of psychological resistance or adverse reactions that might interfere with therapeutic objectives or create legal liability for the institution. The standardization of consciousness manipulation transformed the profound experience of psychological alteration into routine medical procedures that treated human minds as technological platforms that could be programmed and reprogrammed according to predetermined specifications. The relationship between mind control research and other experimental programs at Arkham created opportunities for interdisciplinary collaboration that enhanced the effectiveness of multiple research projects while multiplying the created psychological risks faced by subjects who might be exposed to combined procedures that incorporated elements from different technological and pharmaceutical interventions. Patients who underwent mind control programming were often selected for participation in other experimental procedures that took advantage of their reduced capacity for resistance and informed consent. The documentation requirements for mind control research created elaborate record-keeping systems that served both legitimate scientific purposes and administrative deception, employing technical language and complex data presentation formats that made it difficult for external reviewers to understand that patients were being systematically brainwashed while creating comprehensive archives of programming, techniques, and psychological manipulation methods that could support future research applications and commercial development. The therapeutic outcomes that were achieved through mind control procedures included measurable improvements in psychiatric symptoms combined with profound alterations to personality structure and autonomous psychological function that represented fundamental violations of patients' cognitive, liberty, and psychological integrity. The subjects who underwent successful programming demonstrated reduced anxiety and depression, while also exhibiting decreased capacity for independent thought and creative problem-solving that reflected the psychological costs of technological consciousness control. The long-term effects of mind control programming on treated patients included not only the obvious alterations to personality and behavior that were intended therapeutic outcomes, but also more subtle changes in cognitive function and emotional responsiveness that reflected permanent modifications to brain structure and neural pathway development. Many subjects who underwent extensive programming reported persistent feelings of psychological disconnection and identity confusion that suggested the procedures had fundamentally altered their relationship to their own consciousness and sense of self. The security protocols that surrounded mind control research were designed to prevent unauthorized access to programming equipment, while concealing the true nature of experimental activities from regulatory authorities and external observers who might question the legitimacy of procedures that involved systematic brainwashing disguised as psychiatric treatment. The classification systems and administrative procedures that governed research access created multiple layers of secrecy that protected ongoing experiments, while ensuring that evidence of psychological abuse would be difficult for investigators to discover or document. The commercial applications of mind control technology attracted interest from pharmaceutical companies, technology firms, and government agencies that viewed Arkham's research program as a source of valuable intellectual property and technical expertise that could be applied to developing new products and services for medical, military, and intelligence applications. The potential economic and strategic value of reliable consciousness control technologies created powerful incentives that supported continued research, while corrupting any remaining therapeutic objectives that might have originally justified these experimental programs. The psychological impact of prolonged exposure to mind control research on staff members included gradual erosion of ethical sensitivity and normal empathetic responses to human suffering, as personnel who regularly participated in consciousness manipulation procedures developed psychological adaptations that enabled them to function effectively while systematically violating the fundamental human rights of their research subjects. Many staff members began exhibiting symptoms that resembled those of their programmed patients, including reduced capacity for independent moral reasoning and increased susceptibility to authority-based behavioral control. The recruitment procedures that ensured steady supplies of subjects for mind control experiments involved systematic targeting of patients whose psychiatric conditions and social circumstances made them ideal candidates for procedures that required extended programming periods while generating minimal external attention or accountability demands. The selection process prioritized individuals whose consciousness alterations could be attributed to their existing mental illness, rather than iatrogenic damage caused by experimental procedures. The family notification protocols that governed communication with relatives of programmed patients were designed to provide superficial compliance with legal requirements while concealing the extent to which their loved one's personalities had been systematically altered through technological intervention. Family members were told that patients were receiving innovative therapy that showed promise for symptom reduction, while the actual research focused on consciousness control rather than therapeutic outcomes. The ethical review processes that were supposed to govern mind control research had been systematically corrupted through administrative manipulation. and researcher conflicts of interest, creating oversight committees dominated by individuals whose own projects required similar ethical flexibility and who were therefore unlikely to impose restrictions that might interfere with ongoing technological development and experimental applications. The superficial compliance with regulatory requirements concealed fundamental violations of research ethics and human rights that transformed medical treatment into systematic psychological enslavement. The training protocols that prepared subjects for programming procedures included preparatory sessions designed to reduce psychological resistance while increasing receptivity to technological consciousness alteration, employing combinations of pharmaceutical intervention and preliminary hypnotic conditioning that made patients more susceptible to mind control programming, while appearing to be conventional therapeutic preparation. These preliminary procedures represented forms of coercive persuasion that violated principles of informed consent while creating optimal conditions for successful consciousness manipulation. The maintenance programs that were required to sustain the effects of mind control programming involved regular sessions designed to reinforce therapeutic alterations while preventing psychological recovery or identity restoration that might interfere with experimental objectives. The subjects who underwent successful programming required ongoing technological intervention to maintain their altered personality states, creating dependencies that ensured continued participation in research programs while preventing return to autonomous psychological function. The legacy of the Mad Hatter's mind control research extends far beyond the specific technological innovations and therapeutic applications that emerged from these experiments to encompass broader questions about cognitive liberty, the nature of consciousness, and the transformation of healing institutions into centers for systematic psychological domination. The program demonstrated how advanced neurotechnology could be employed to achieve unprecedented control over human minds, while maintaining the institutional protection and scientific legitimacy that enabled continued operation without effective oversight or ethical constraint. The subjects who survived their experiences with mind control programming carried both obvious behavioral modifications and subtle cognitive alterations that would affect them for the remainder of their lives. Having been subjected to procedures that fundamentally changed their relationship to their own consciousness, while providing researchers with detailed knowledge about technological consciousness manipulation that could be applied to future projects involving human behavioral control. Their suffering represented not merely individual tragedy, but systematic violation of the most fundamental human rights in service of research objectives that transformed the sacred nature of autonomous consciousness into technological variables that could be programmed and controlled according to predetermined specifications developed by researchers whose moral compass had been corrupted by the intoxicating power of technological domination over human minds. In the most heavily secured laboratories beneath Arkham Asylum, where the boundaries between biological research and grotesque experimentation have been obliterated by decades of scientific inquiry divorced from moral constraint, there exists perhaps no study more fundamentally disturbing to human understanding of identity and consciousness than the systematic investigation of extreme cellular metamorphosis as both medical curiosity and potential therapeutic intervention. This is the chronicle of the Clayface Cellular Studies, a research program that began with legitimate scientific interest in understanding the unprecedented biological transformation of Matt Hagen, yet gradually evolved into something far more sinister as researchers discovered that the complete fluidity of human cellular structure offered opportunities for studying consciousness and identity that challenged the most basic assumptions about what it means to exist as a coherent individual entity. The origins of this most philosophically troubling research program can be traced to the first documented encounter between Arkham's medical staff and the entity that had once been Matt Hagen, a struggling actor whose desperate pursuit of physical perfection had led him to submit to experimental cosmetic treatments that fundamentally altered his cellular composition in ways that defied every known principle of human biology, biochemistry. The transformation that had rendered his body capable of assuming any physical form while preserving his consciousness and memory created a being that existed at the intersection of the possible and the impossible, challenging scientific understanding while offering unprecedented opportunities for medical research. The initial medical evaluation of Hagen's condition revealed cellular structures that appeared to violate basic laws of biological organization, incorporating properties that seemed more characteristic of certain clay minerals than living tissue, yet maintaining the essential functions necessary to support conscious thought and voluntary movement. His body had become a colony of shape-shifting cells that could reorganize themselves into any configuration while preserving the neural networks that sustained his personality and memories, creating a form of existence that transcended normal categories of living and non-living matter. The scientific team that assembled to study Hagen's unprecedented condition included specialists in cellular biology, biochemistry, and consciousness studies whose combined expertise was intended to unravel the mechanisms that governed his transformation, while identifying potential applications of shape-shifting biology that might benefit patients suffering from various forms of physical disability or disfigurement. Dr. Miranda Kane, whose previous research had focused on regenerative medicine and tissue engineering, assumed leadership of the cellular studies program with the stated objective of understanding metamorphosis as a potential therapeutic tool. The containment facility that was constructed specifically to house Hagen during periods of intensive study incorporated environmental controls and monitoring systems designed to prevent his escape while providing researchers with comprehensive data about his cellular behavior under various experimental conditions. The laboratory complex included chambers that could be sealed and flooded with different atmospheric compositions, temperature control systems that could create extreme environmental conditions, and observation equipment that could track cellular reorganization in real time while documenting the relationship between his physical transformations and psychological state. The preliminary research protocols involved systematic testing of Hagen's shape-shifting capabilities through exposure to various stimuli designed to trigger specific transformations, while monitoring the cellular and neurological processes that governed his metamorphosis. The early experiments revealed that his transformations were not merely cosmetic alterations, but involved complete reorganization of his cellular structure according to conscious will, suggesting that his consciousness had achieved unprecedented control over biological processes that normally operated independently of voluntary control. The psychological profiling that was conducted to understand the relationship between Hagen's mental state and his physical transformations revealed profound identity, confusion, and body dysmorphia that appeared to be both cause-consequence of his shape-shifting abilities. His capacity to assume any physical form had paradoxically created a crisis of self-image and personal identity that left him uncertain about his true appearance and increasingly unable to maintain stable, psychological connection to any particular physical configuration, creating a condition that researchers termed metamorphic identity disorder. The cellular analysis that was performed on tissue samples obtained from Hagen during various transformation states revealed the presence of synthetic compounds that appeared to serve as biological, programmable matter, enabling his cells to reorganize themselves according to predetermined patterns, while maintaining the essential biochemical processes necessary for conscious thought and voluntary movement. The substances that had transformed his cellular structure incorporated elements that did not occur naturally in biological systems, suggesting that his condition was the result of deliberately engineered biochemical intervention rather than natural mutation or disease process. The attempts to synthesize artificial versions of Hagen's shape-shifting cellular material met with limited success, as researchers discovered that the transformation process depended upon complex interactions between consciousness and cellular structure that could not be replicated through conventional biochemical engineering techniques. The laboratory-produced samples possessed some capacity for physical reorganization, yet lacked the responsive intelligence that characterized Hagen's natural transformations, suggesting that shape-shifting biology required integration between mind and matter that exceeded current scientific understanding. The experimental procedures that were designed to test the limits of Hagen's transformation capabilities involved systematic exposure to extreme physical conditions designed to determine whether his shape-shifting abilities could enable survival in environments that would be fatal to normal human physiology. The tests included exposure to toxic substances, extreme temperatures, crushing pressures, and various forms of physical trauma that provided data about the relationship between cellular flexibility and biological resilience, while subjecting him to experiences that bordered on systematic torture disguised as medical research. The psychological impact studies that were conducted to understand the mental health implications of extreme physical fluidity revealed that Hagen's shape-shifting abilities had created profound psychological isolation and bifu existential confusion that affected every aspect of his conscious experience. His inability to maintain stable physical form had destroyed his capacity for normal human relationships, while creating identity crises that manifested as severe depression, anxiety, and what researchers termed ontological uncertainty, a condition characterized by fundamental confusion about the nature of his own existence and identity. The therapeutic applications that were initially explored through Hagen's cellular studies included attempts to develop treatments for patients with severe physical disabilities or disfigurements that might benefit from limited shape-shifting capabilities that could restore normal appearance or function without creating the complete cellular fluidity that had made Hagen's existence so psychologically traumatic. The research focused on identifying ways to engineer controlled metamorphosis that could provide therapeutic benefits while preserving stable identity and psychological integrity. The body dysmorphia research component of the cellular studies program involved systematic investigation of the relationship between physical appearance and psychological well-being, using Hagen as both subject and experimental model for understanding how extreme alterations to bodily form affected self-image and mental health. His capacity to assume any physical configuration provided researchers with unprecedented opportunities to study the psychological impact of appearance changes while testing various hypotheses about the relationship between physical identity and mental stability. The consciousness mapping studies that were conducted during Hagen's transformations involved sophisticated brain imaging and neural monitoring designed to identify which aspects of his consciousness remained stable during buttered-on, shape-shifting episodes while determining how cellular reorganization affected cognitive function and psychological continuity. The research revealed that his memories and personality appeared to be preserved independently of his physical configuration, suggesting that consciousness could maintain coherence even when the biological structures that normally supported it underwent complete reorganization. The pain studies that were conducted to understand Hagen's sensory experiences during transformation revealed that his shape-shifting abilities had fundamentally altered his relationship to physical sensation, creating forms of chronic discomfort and sensory confusion that contributed to his psychological distress, while providing researchers with data about the neural mechanisms that governed pain, perception, and bodily awareness. His descriptions of the transformation experience included references to sensations that had no equivalent in normal human experience, suggesting that shape-shifting biology created entirely new categories of physical and psychological suffering. The identity stabilization experiments that were designed to help Hagen maintain consistent psychological connection to a preferred physical form involved various combinations of pharmaceutical intervention, psychological conditioning, and environmental manipulation, intended to reduce the frequency and intensity of involuntary transformations that disrupted his sense of personal continuity. These procedures met with limited success, as his cellular instability appeared to be linked to psychological factors that could not be easily controlled through external intervention. The social interaction studies that were conducted to understand how Hagen's condition affected his relationships with other people involved controlled exposures to various forms of human contact designed to assess his capacity for normal social functioning, while identifying specific aspects of his transformation abilities that created barriers to meaningful interpersonal connection. The research revealed that his shape-shifting capabilities had created profound trust issues and communication difficulties that extended far beyond the obvious challenges associated with his unstable physical appearance. The staff safety protocols that were developed for working with Hagen included detailed procedures for recognizing signs of potentially dangerous transformations, while providing personnel with equipment and training necessary to protect themselves during episodes when his psychological distress might manifest as violent or threatening physical alterations. The safety measures reflected both legitimate concerns about unpredictable shape-shifting behavior and institutional attitudes that treated him more as a dangerous specimen than as a human being deserving of compassionate care. The documentation requirements for cellular studies created extensive archives of transformation recordings, tissue analysis results, and psychological evaluation data that provided comprehensive records of Hagen's condition, while creating valuable research resources that could support future investigations into metamorphic biology and consciousness studies. The detailed documentation included video recordings of transformation sequences that were used both for scientific analysis and staff training purposes, creating visual records of human suffering that were treated as educational materials rather than evidence of systematic abuse. The pharmaceutical research component of the cellular studies involved systematic testing of various chemical compounds designed to influence Hagen's transformation abilities, while potentially providing therapeutic benefits for patients with other conditions that might benefit from enhanced cellular regeneration or controlled physical alteration. The experimental drugs that were tested on him included substances that had never been approved for human use, creating research protocols that prioritize data collection over subject welfare, while maintaining the superficial appearance of therapeutic intervention. The environmental psychology studies that were conducted using Hagen's living quarters as controlled experimental settings involved systematic manipulation of his surroundings, designed to influence his psychological state while monitoring the relationship between environmental factors and involuntary transformation episodes. His quarters were equipped with hidden cameras, atmospheric control systems, and various stimuli that could be activated remotely to trigger specific responses, while providing researchers with data about the psychological mechanisms that governed shape-shifting behavior. The comparative studies that were conducted using other Arkham patients with unusual physical conditions created research opportunities for investigating different forms of bodily alteration while potentially identifying common factors that might explain various types of human metamorphosis. The research involved systematic comparison between Hagen's cellular fluidity and other patients' physical abnormalities, creating databases that treated human suffering as scientific variables while ignoring the individual experiences and needs of research subjects. The rehabilitation attempts that were designed to help Hagen develop coping strategies for managing his shape-shifting abilities involved various forms of therapy and training intended to provide him with greater control over his transformations while reducing the psychological distress associated with his unstable physical existence. These interventions met with limited success, as his condition appeared to involve fundamental alterations to the relationship between consciousness and cellular structure that could not be easily modified through conventional therapeutic approaches. The surgical research component of the cellular studies involved attempts to extract and analyze tissue samples during various transformation states, while testing whether surgical intervention might provide ways to stabilize his cellular structure or restore normal human biology. The surgical procedures that were performed on him often caused extreme pain and psychological trauma, while providing researchers with tissue samples that could be studied using conventional laboratory techniques, creating research protocols that treated him as a source of biological materials rather than as a patient deserving of medical care. The long-term monitoring programs that tracked changes in Hagen's condition over extended periods revealed gradual deterioration in both his transformation abilities and his psychological stability, suggesting that his cellular instability might be progressive rather than stable, and that continued research might be necessary to prevent complete psychological collapse or biological failure. The longitudinal data provided insights into the natural history of metamorphic conditions, while documenting the cumulative impact of prolonged experimental procedures on both physical and mental health. The quality control measures that governed cellular research included detailed protocols for maintaining consistent experimental conditions, while ensuring that research results would be scientifically valid and publishable in academic journals. The standardization procedures treated Hagen's transformations as reproducible phenomena that could be studied using conventional scientific methodologies, while ignoring the subjective experiences and individual needs that made each transformation episode unique and personally meaningful. The ethical review processes that were supposed to govern cellular research had been systematically compromised through administrative manipulation and institutional conflicts of interest, creating oversight committees that provided superficial compliance with regulatory requirements while facilitating continued exploitation of Hagen as a research subject whose unique condition offered unprecedented opportunities for studying metamorphic biology and consciousness under extreme conditions. The legacy of the Clayface cellular studies extends far beyond the specific scientific insights gained about shape-shifting biology and consciousness studies to encompass broader questions about bodily autonomy, the nature of human identity, and the transformation of medical research into systematic exploitation of individuals whose unusual conditions made them valuable to researchers, while isolating them from normal human community and support systems. The program demonstrated how legitimate scientific curiosity could be perverted to serve institutional objectives that prioritized knowledge acquisition over human dignity, while creating research cultures that treated extraordinary human beings as laboratory specimens rather than individuals, deserving of compassionate care and respect. The subject who survived these extensive cellular studies carried both obvious physical alterations and profound psychological trauma that would affect him for the remainder of his existence, having been subjected to procedures that fundamentally challenged his understanding of his own identity, while providing researchers with detailed knowledge about metamorphic biology that could never be obtained through ethical means. His suffering represented not merely individual tragedy but systematic violation of human dignity in service of scientific objectives that transformed the mystery of consciousness and identity into experimental data while reducing the profound experience of physical transformation to research. Variables in protocols that treated human metamorphosis as a renewable resource for academic investigation and institutional advancement. In the verdant laboratories beneath Arkham Asylum, where the boundaries between human and plant consciousness have been systematically explored through decades of experimental research that challenges fundamental assumptions about the nature of life itself, there exists perhaps no study more ecologically disturbing yet scientifically fascinating than the comprehensive investigation of human-plant hybrid biology as both environmental phenomenon and potential therapeutic intervention. This is the chronicle of the poison ivy biochemical integration studies, a research program that began with legitimate scientific curiosity about the unprecedented botanical transformation of Pamela Isley, yet gradually evolved into something far more complex, as researchers discovered that the merger of human consciousness with plant biology offered insights into ecological psychology and environmental medicine that could revolutionize understanding of the relationship between human mental health and the natural world. The origins of this most environmentally controversial research program can be traced to the first documented medical evaluation of Pamela Isley following her transformation from brilliant botanist into the entity known as poison ivy, whose hybrid physiology represented a form of human-plant integration that defied every known principle of evolutionary biology, while creating new possibilities for understanding consciousness as a phenomenon that could transcend traditional species boundaries. Her condition challenged scientific paradigms while offering unprecedented opportunities for research into environmental psychology and the potential therapeutic applications of botanical consciousness integration. The initial assessment of Isley's transformed physiology revealed cellular structures that incorporated both human and plant characteristics in ways that seemed to violate basic principles of biological organization, yet which functioned with remarkable efficiency to support not only her continued survival, but enhanced capabilities that exceeded normal human limitations in areas related to environmental awareness and chemical sensitivity. Her bloodstream contained chlorophyll analogues that enabled limited photosynthetic metabolism, while her skin had developed the capacity to secrete complex organic compounds that could influence the behavior and physiology of other organisms through mechanisms that resembled both human pheromone production and plant chemical communication systems. The research team that assembled to study Isley's unprecedented condition included specialists in botany, environmental psychology, and biochemical ecology, whose combined expertise was intended to unravel the mechanisms that governed her transformation, while identifying potential applications of human-plant integration that might benefit patients suffering from various forms of environmental sensitivity disorders and eco-psychological trauma. Dr. Elena Vasquez, whose previous work had focused on the psychological effects of environmental degradation and ecological restoration therapy, assumed leadership of the biochemical integration studies with the stated objective of understanding botanical consciousness as a potential framework for treating mental health conditions related to environmental alienation. The specialized containment facility that was constructed to house Isley during periods of intensive research incorporated both advanced security systems designed to prevent her escape and sophisticated environmental controls that could simulate various natural ecosystems while providing researchers with opportunities to study her responses to different botanical environments. The laboratory complex included greenhouse chambers with carefully controlled atmospheric compositions, hydroponic growing systems that could be modified to test her interactions with various plant species, and monitoring equipment that could track both her physiological responses and the chemical signals she exchanged with surrounding vegetation. The preliminary research protocols involved systematic study of Isley's plant communication abilities through controlled exposure to various species of vegetation, while monitoring the biochemical and electromagnetic signals that facilitated her apparent telepathic connection with plant life. The early experiments revealed that her consciousness had developed the capacity to interface directly with plant neural networks, enabling forms of interspecies communication that challenged conventional understanding of intelligence and awareness, while suggesting that consciousness might be a more widely distributed phenomenon than previously assumed by human-centric psychological theories. The environmental psychology component of the research program focused on understanding the relationship between Isley's eco-terrorist activities and her hybrid physiology, investigating whether her extreme environmental activism was a rational response to enhanced ecological awareness or a form of mental illness that resulted from the psychological trauma of species transformation. Her capacity to perceive environmental damage and ecological suffering with unprecedented intensity had created forms of eco-anxiety and environmental grief that exceeded anything documented in conventional environmental psychology. Literature suggesting that plant-human integration might create new categories of mental health conditions related to expanded environmental consciousness. The pheromone studies that formed a central component of the biochemical integration research involved detailed analysis of the organic compounds that Isley could produce through conscious control of her modified skin chemistry, investigating both the mechanisms that governed pheromone synthesis and the psychological effects these substances had on human subjects exposed to them. Her ability to create chemical compounds that could influence emotions, alter decision-making processes, and control behavior represented advances in biochemical manipulation that exceeded anything achieved through conventional pharmaceutical development, while raising profound ethical questions about consent and autonomy in interpersonal relationships. The photosynthetic metabolism research that was conducted to understand how Isley's hybrid physiology integrated human and plant energy production systems revealed cellular adaptations that enabled her to supplement conventional human nutrition with energy derived directly from sunlight and atmospheric carbon dioxide. The metabolic studies provided insights into alternative approaches to human nutrition and energy production that might have applications for treating eating disorders and metabolic dysfunction. Yet they also revealed the extent to which her transformation had fundamentally altered her relationship to food and the consumption patterns that characterized normal human social interaction. The botanical empathy studies that were designed to understand Isley's apparent emotional connection to plant life involved controlled experiments that exposed her to various forms of vegetation while monitoring her psychological and physiological responses to plant health, growth patterns, and environmental stresses. The research revealed that her consciousness had developed genuine empathetic connections to plant organisms that enabled her to experience their responses to environmental conditions as forms of emotional communication, creating psychological states that had no equivalent in normal human experience, while providing unprecedented insights into the possibility of interspecies emotional bonding. The chemical weapon research component of the integration studies involved systematic analysis of the toxic compounds that Isley could produce through voluntary control of her biochemical systems, investigating both the mechanisms that govern toxin synthesis and the potential applications of plant-derived chemical weapons for military and law enforcement purposes. Her ability to create substances that could incapacitate or kill human targets through skin contact or airborne transmission represented capabilities that exceeded those of most conventional chemical weapons, while operating through biological processes that made detection and countermeasures extremely difficult. The ecological restoration therapy experiments that were conducted using Isley as both subject and therapeutic agent involved attempts to develop treatment protocols that might help patients with various forms of environmental anxiety and eco-psychological trauma by facilitating controlled exposure to her plant communication abilities. The preliminary results suggested that indirect contact with her botanical consciousness could provide therapeutic benefits for individuals whose mental health conditions were related to feelings of disconnection from the natural world. Yet these interventions also created risks of psychological dependency and environmental radicalization that complicated their potential therapeutic applications. The plant-human communication protocols that were developed to facilitate research interviews with Isley involved techniques that accommodated her hybrid consciousness, while enabling researchers to gather information about her subjective experiences and psychological responses to various experimental procedures. The communication methods included both conventional verbal interaction and more experimental approaches that incorporated plant-based signaling systems and biochemical exchanges that enabled forms of interspecies dialogue that challenged traditional assumptions about the boundaries of conscious communication. The psychological profiling studies that were conducted to understand the relationship between Isley's environmental activism and her hybrid mental state revealed complex interactions between her enhanced ecological awareness and pre-existing psychological vulnerabilities that had been exacerbated by her species transformation. Her capacity to perceive environmental damage with unprecedented intensity had created forms of trauma and grief that conventional therapeutic approaches were poorly equipped to address, while her plant-derived emotional responses operated according to temporal and social patterns that differed significantly from normal human psychological development. The biochemical dependency research that investigated Isley's need for specific environmental conditions and botanical substances revealed that her survival depended upon maintaining complex relationships with plant ecosystems that provided both physical nutrients and psychological support necessary for her continued mental stability. Her isolation from natural environments created withdrawal symptoms that resembled those associated with substance abuse disorders, while prolonged separation from plant life produced depression and anxiety that could only be alleviated through renewed contact with botanical systems. The reproductive biology studies that were conducted to understand how Isley's hybrid physiology affected her capacity for normal human reproduction revealed fundamental alterations to her hormonal systems and reproductive anatomy that reflected her integration with plant reproductive mechanisms. The research raised complex questions about species boundaries and genetic compatibility, while providing insights into alternative approaches to human reproduction that might have applications for treating infertility and reproductive disorders. Yet, the ethical implications of hybrid reproduction created controversies that extended far beyond medical considerations. The environmental sensitivity testing that was performed to determine Isley's responses to various forms of pollution and environmental degradation revealed that her hybrid consciousness experienced toxic exposures and ecological damage as forms of physical and psychological assault that created suffering far more intense than normal human environmental sensitivity. Her reactions to air pollution, water contamination, and habitat destruction provided researchers with unprecedented data about the health effects of environmental degradation, while demonstrating the potential psychological benefits of enhanced ecological awareness, combined with the emotional costs of perceiving environmental damage with plant-level intensity. The social isolation studies that investigated the psychological effects of Isley's separation from both human and plant communities revealed that her hybrid nature had created forms of existential loneliness that could not be addressed through conventional social support systems. Her inability to form normal human relationships due to her toxic physiology and her limited capacity for integration with plant communities due to her retained human consciousness had created psychological conditions that required entirely new therapeutic approaches designed specifically for individuals whose transformation had placed them outside normal species categories. The pharmaceutical research component of the integration studies involved systematic testing of various chemical compounds designed to influence Isley's plant-human hybrid systems while potentially providing therapeutic benefits for patients with environmental sensitivity disorders and eco-psychological conditions. The experimental substances that were tested included both conventional psychiatric medications and novel compounds derived from plant biochemistry that had never been approved for human use, creating research protocols that prioritized data collection over subject welfare while exploring the boundaries between human and botanical pharmacology. The staff safety protocols that were developed for working with Isley included comprehensive procedures for protecting personnel from accidental exposure to her toxic secretions, while providing training in environmental psychology and botanical communication techniques that enabled researchers to interact with her hybrid consciousness without triggering defensive responses that might endanger their safety. The safety measures reflected both legitimate concerns about biochemical hazards and institutional attitudes that treated her more as a dangerous environmental phenomenon than as a human being deserving of compassionate medical care. The documentation requirements for biochemical integration research created extensive archives of physiological data, environmental response recordings, and psychological evaluation results that provided comprehensive records of Isley's condition, while creating valuable research resources that could support future investigations into human-plant hybrid biology and environmental psychology. The detailed documentation included recordings of her plant communication sessions and biochemical analyses of her secretions that were used both for scientific research and potential commercial applications in pharmaceutical and agricultural development. The long-term monitoring programs that tracked changes in Isley's condition over extended periods revealed gradual evolution in her hybrid capabilities, combined with increasing psychological integration of her plant and human consciousness aspects, suggesting that her transformation was an ongoing process rather than a stable condition, and that continued research might be necessary to understand the full implications of human-plant biological integration. The longitudinal data provided insights into the natural history of hybrid consciousness, while documenting the cumulative effects of prolonged experimental procedures on both her physiological and psychological development. The quality control measures that governed biochemical integration research included detailed protocols for maintaining consistent environmental conditions while ensuring that research results would be scientifically valid, applicable to broader questions about consciousness, identity, and the relationship between human mental health and ecological awareness. The standardization procedures treated Eiseley's hybrid responses as reproducible phenomena that could be studied using conventional scientific methodologies, while accommodating the unique requirements of research involving interspecies consciousness integration. The ethical review processes that were supposed to govern biochemical integration research had been systematically compromised through administrative manipulation and conflicts of interest related to potential commercial applications of human-plant hybrid technologies, creating oversight committees that provided superficial compliance with regulatory requirements, while facilitating continued exploitation of Eiseley as a research subject whose unique condition offered unprecedented opportunities for developing new approaches to environmental medicine and ecological psychology. The legacy of the poison ivy biochemical integration studies extends far beyond the specific scientific insights gained about human-plant hybrid biology and environmental consciousness to encompass broader questions about species boundaries, ecological identity, and the transformation of environmental medicine into systematic exploitation of individuals whose unusual conditions made them valuable to researchers, while isolating them from both human and natural communities. The program demonstrated how legitimate scientific interest in ecological psychology could be perverted to serve institutional objectives that prioritized knowledge acquisition and commercial development over human dignity, while creating research cultures that treated extraordinary individuals as biological resources rather than sentient beings deserving of compassionate care and respect for their complex relationship to both human and botanical consciousness. The subject who survived these extensive biochemical integration studies carried both obvious physiological alterations and profound psychological adaptations that would affect her relationship to both human society and the natural world for the remainder of her existence. Having been subjected to procedures that fundamentally challenged conventional understanding of consciousness and identity, while providing researchers with detailed knowledge about human-plant hybrid biology that could never be obtained through ethical means, her suffering represented not merely individual tragedy, but systematic violation of both human dignity and ecological integrity in service of scientific objectives that transformed the mystery of interspecies consciousness into experimental data, while reducing the profound experience of environmental integration to research variables in protocols that treated hybrid biology as a renewable resource for academic investigation and commercial exploitation. In the most psychologically disturbing laboratories beneath Arkham Asylum, where the systematic study of fractured consciousness has pushed the boundaries of psychiatric understanding into territories that challenge fundamental assumptions about identity and autonomous thought, there exists perhaps no case study more profoundly unsettling than the comprehensive investigation of extreme dissociative identity disorder manifested through the psychological phenomenon of complete personality subjugation to an inanimate object. This is the chronicle of the ventriloquist studies, a research program that began with legitimate scientific interest in understanding the unprecedented case of Arnold Wesker and his wooden dummy Mr. Scarface, yet gradually evolved into something far more sinister, as researchers discovered that the complete abdication of individual will to external authority offered unprecedented opportunities for studying consciousness, control, and the terrifying malleability of human identity under conditions of systematic psychological domination. The origins of this most philosophically troubling research program can be traced to the arrival at Arkham of Arnold Wesker, whose condition represented the most extreme manifestation of dissociative identity disorder ever documented in psychiatric literature, involving not merely the fragmentation of consciousness into multiple personalities, but the complete surrender of autonomous will to a wooden ventriloquist dummy whose artificial personality had somehow achieved psychological dominance over its human operator. The case challenged every existing theory about consciousness, identity, and the relationship between external objects and internal psychological states, while offering researchers unprecedented opportunities to study the mechanisms that govern psychological control and behavioral manipulation. The initial psychological evaluation of Wesker revealed a mind so thoroughly dominated by external authority that he appeared incapable of independent thought or autonomous action, existing instead as a biological puppet whose every decision was dictated by the wooden dummy that he carried with him at all times, and whose violent personality had effectively enslaved his consciousness through mechanisms that defied conventional understanding of hypnosis, suggestion, or psychological influence. The relationship between Wesker and Mr. Scarface represented a form of psychological parasitism in which an inanimate object had somehow achieved complete control over a living human being through processes that challenged fundamental assumptions about the nature of consciousness and free will. The research team that assembled to study this unprecedented phenomenon included specialists in dissociative disorders, consciousness studies, and what was termed object relations psychology, whose combined expertise was intended to unravel the mechanisms that enabled an inanimate dummy to exercise complete psychological control over a human consciousness, while identifying potential therapeutic applications of extreme dissociation that might benefit patients whose conditions required radical interventions beyond conventional psychiatric treatment. Dr. Sarah Chen, whose previous research had focused on consciousness, alteration, and identity fragmentation, assumed leadership of the ventriloquist studies with the stated objective of understanding object-mediated dissociation as a potential framework for treating severe personality disorders. The specialized observation facility that was constructed to house Wesker during periods of intensive study incorporated advanced monitoring systems designed to track both his physiological responses and his interactions with Mr. Scarface, while providing researchers with controlled environments for studying the psychological dynamics that governed their relationship. The laboratory complex included chambers equipped with hidden cameras and microphones that could record private conversations between Wesker and the dummy, environmental controls that could create various stressful conditions to trigger dissociative episodes, and separation protocols that could temporarily remove Mr. Scarface to study Wesker's responses to isolation from his dominant personality. The preliminary research protocols involved systematic documentation of the communication patterns between Wesker and Mr. Scarface, revealing that their conversations followed consistent dynamics in which the dummy issued commands and made decisions while Wesker responded with complete obedience and apparent fear of contradicting or disappointing his wooden master. The psychological analysis of these interactions suggested that Wesker's consciousness had been so thoroughly subjugated that he had lost the capacity for independent thought or autonomous decision-making, existing instead as a biological extension of the dummy's artificial personality. The separation experiments that formed the cornerstone of the research program involved systematic removal of Mr. Scarface from Wesker's presence while monitoring his psychological and physiological responses to isolation from the dominant personality that controlled his consciousness. The initial separation attempts revealed that Wesker became completely catatonic within minutes of losing contact with the dummy, suggesting that his consciousness had become so dependent upon external control that he could not function without constant guidance from the artificial personality that had enslaved his mind. The personality analysis studies that were conducted to understand the psychological structure of Mr. Scarface revealed characteristics that seemed to indicate genuine consciousness despite the dummy's obvious status as an inanimate object, including consistent behavioral patterns, apparent memory formation, and what appeared to be emotional responses to various situations and stimuli. The research raised disturbing questions about the nature of consciousness and the possibility that psychological energy could somehow be transferred from human minds to inanimate objects under conditions of extreme dissociation and psychological trauma. The historical research component of the ventriloquist studies involved detailed investigation of Wesker's personal background and the circumstances that had led to his psychological subjugation by the dummy, revealing patterns of childhood abuse, social isolation, and psychological trauma that had created vulnerabilities which made him susceptible to complete personality domination by external authority figures. The biographical studies suggested that his condition was not merely a form of dissociative disorder, but represented the culmination of lifelong patterns of psychological submission and learned helplessness that had made him incapable of autonomous function. The therapeutic intervention attempts that were designed to reduce Wesker's dependency on Mr. Scarface involved various combinations of pharmaceutical treatment, behavioral modification, and what researchers termed authority transfer therapy, procedures intended to gradually shift his psychological dependence from the dummy to human therapists who could provide more appropriate forms of guidance and support. These interventions met with limited success, as attempts to challenge or undermine Mr. Scarface's authority typically resulted in severe psychological crisis and complete behavioral regression that left Wesker even more dependent upon the dummy's control. The puppet psychology research component of the studies involved systematic investigation of the psychological mechanisms that enabled inanimate objects to serve as vessels for personality projection and psychological control, exploring whether other forms of object-mediated dissociation might be artificially induced in patients whose conditions required radical interventions beyond conventional therapeutic approaches. The research included experiments with various types of puppets, dolls, and mechanical devices to determine which characteristics made objects most suitable for serving as external personality containers. The communication analysis studies that were conducted to understand the apparent dialogue between Wesker and Mr. Scarface revealed complex psychological processes that seemed to involve genuine two-way communication despite the obvious impossibility of an inanimate object engaging in conscious conversation. The linguistic analysis suggested that the dummy's responses reflected not merely Wesker's subconscious thoughts, but seemed to incorporate information and perspectives that exceeded his conscious knowledge and intellectual capabilities, raising questions about the sources of the artificial personality's apparent wisdom and authority. The staff safety protocols that were developed for working with Wesker and Mr. Scarface reflected both the violent nature of the dummy's personality and the unpredictable psychological dynamics that governed their relationship, including procedures for managing situations when Mr. Scarface issued commands that endangered staff safety, while ensuring that interventions did not trigger catastrophic dissociative episodes that might permanently damage Wesker's already fragile psychological state. The safety measures required staff members to treat the dummy as a genuine threat, despite its obvious status as an inanimate object. The documentation requirements for the ventriloquist studies created extensive archives of conversation recordings, behavioral observations, and psychological assessment data that provided comprehensive records of object-mediated dissociation while creating research resources that could support future investigations into extreme personality fragmentation and the relationship between consciousness and external authority. Structures. The detailed documentation included transcripts of conversations between Wesker and Mr. Scarface that were analyzed for linguistic patterns and psychological content that might reveal the mechanisms governing their relationship. The pharmaceutical research component of the studies involved systematic testing of various psychoactive compounds designed to influence the psychological dynamics between Wesker and Mr. Scarface, while potentially providing therapeutic benefits for other patients with severe dissociative disorders and authority dependency issues. The experimental medications included both conventional psychiatric drugs and novel compounds that had never been tested on human subjects, creating research protocols that prioritized data collection over subject welfare while exploring the boundaries between psychological dependence and biochemical control. The behavioral modification experiments that were conducted to understand the mechanisms that governed Wesker's obedience to Mr. Scarface involved systematic manipulation of environmental conditions and social dynamics designed to test the limits of the dummy's psychological control, while identifying potential intervention points that might enable therapeutic reduction of Wesker's dependency. The experiments revealed that his subjugation was so complete that he could not be induced to disobey even minor commands from the dummy, regardless of the personal consequences of such obedience. The comparative studies that were conducted using other Arkham patients with dissociative disorders created research opportunities for investigating different forms of personality fragmentation, while potentially identifying common factors that might explain various types of consciousness division and external psychological control. The research involved systematic comparison between Wesker's object-mediated dissociation and other patients' internal personality splits, creating databases that treated human psychological suffering as scientific variables, while ignoring the individual experiences and therapeutic needs of research subjects. The psychological dependency research that investigated the mechanisms that maintained Wesker's subjugation to Mr. Scarface revealed complex interactions between learned helplessness, trauma responses, and what appeared to be genuine supernatural or paranormal influences that exceeded conventional understanding of psychological processes. The research suggested that his condition might involve not merely psychological dissociation, but actual spiritual or metaphysical phenomena that enabled genuine consciousness transfer between human minds and inanimate objects. The identity reconstruction attempts that were designed to help Wesker develop autonomous personality characteristics independent of Mr. Scarface's control involved various forms of therapy and psychological conditioning intended to strengthen his individual identity while reducing his psychological dependence upon external authority figures. These interventions typically resulted in severe anxiety attacks and complete psychological paralysis that demonstrated the extent to which his consciousness had been structured around obedience to the dummy's commands. The environmental psychology studies that were conducted using Wesker's living quarters as controlled experimental settings involved systematic manipulation of his physical surroundings designed to influence his psychological relationship with Mr. Scarface while monitoring changes in their communication patterns and behavioral dynamics. His quarters were equipped with monitoring systems that could track his responses to various stimuli, while providing researchers with data about the environmental factors that strengthened or weakened the dummy's psychological control. The social interaction research component of the studies involved controlled exposure of Wesker to various forms of human contact, designed to assess his capacity for normal relationships while identifying specific aspects of his psychological dependency that created barriers to healthy social functioning. The research revealed that his consciousness had become so thoroughly dominated by Mr. Scarface that he was incapable of forming meaningful connections with other people, viewing all human relationships through the filter of his subservience to the dummy's authority. The therapeutic outcome assessments that were conducted to evaluate the effectiveness of various treatment interventions revealed consistent patterns of treatment resistance and psychological deterioration that suggested Wesker's condition might be fundamentally irreversible. With his consciousness so thoroughly restructured around obedience to external authority, that autonomous function had become psychologically and perhaps neurologically impossible. The assessment data indicated that his dependency on Mr. Scarface had created permanent alterations to his brain function that could not be corrected through conventional therapeutic approaches. The long-term monitoring programs that tracked changes in Wesker's condition over extended periods revealed gradual strengthening of Mr. Scarface's psychological control, combined with progressive weakening of Wesker's individual identity, suggesting that his dissociative condition was degenerative rather than stable, and that continued research might document the complete eclipse of human consciousness by artificial personality structures. The longitudinal data provided insights into the natural history of object-mediated dissociation while recording the systematic destruction of individual identity through prolonged psychological subjugation. The quality control measures that governed ventriloquist research included detailed protocols for maintaining consistent observational conditions while ensuring that research results would be scientifically valid and applicable to broader questions about consciousness, identity, and the relationship between human minds and external authority structures. The standardization procedures treated the psychological dynamics between Wesker and Mr. Scarface as reproducible phenomena that could be studied using conventional scientific methodologies, while ignoring the profound human suffering that characterized every aspect of their relationship. The ethical review processes that were supposed to govern ventriloquist research had been systematically compromised through administrative manipulation and researcher conflicts of interest, creating oversight committees that provided superficial compliance with regulatory requirements, while facilitating continued exploitation of Wesker as a research subject whose unique condition offered unprecedented opportunities for studying extreme psychological control and the complete subjugation of human consciousness to external authority. The legacy of the ventriloquist studies extends far beyond the specific insights gained about dissociative identity disorder and object-mediated psychological control to encompass broader questions about free will, consciousness, and the transformation of psychiatric treatment into systematic investigation of human psychological vulnerability and the mechanisms that enable complete mental domination. The program demonstrated how legitimate scientific interest in understanding consciousness could be perverted to serve research objectives that prioritize knowledge acquisition over human dignity, while creating institutional cultures that treated extraordinary psychological suffering as valuable experimental data rather than conditions requiring compassionate therapeutic intervention. The subject who survived these extensive psychological studies carried both obvious behavioral dependencies and profound identity fragmentation that would affect every aspect of his existence for as long as his consciousness remained. Subjugated to the artificial personality that had achieved complete control over his mind, having been subjected to research procedures that systematically documented and potentially strengthened the psychological mechanisms that had destroyed his capacity for autonomous thought and independent action. His suffering represented not merely individual tragedy, but systematic violation of human psychological autonomy in service of scientific objectives that transformed the sacred mystery of consciousness and free will into experimental variables, while treating the complete subjugation of human identity as a renewable resource for academic investigation into the darkest territories of psychological control and mental domination. In the chronotherapy laboratories beneath Arkham Asylum, where the systematic manipulation of temporal perception has been elevated from experimental psychology into a form of psychiatric torture that challenges fundamental assumptions about consciousness, memory, and the human relationship to time itself, there exists perhaps no research program more insidiously destructive to the foundations of mental stability than the comprehensive investigation of calendar-based obsessive-compulsive disorder as both psychological curiosity and potential therapeutic framework. This is the chronicle of the Calendar Man Time Studies, a research project that began with legitimate scientific interest in understanding the unprecedented temporal fixations of Julian Day, yet gradually evolved into something far more sinister, as researchers discovered that the deliberate manipulation of time perception offered opportunities for psychological control that transformed healing into a form of systematic chronological torture, disguised as innovative psychiatric treatment. The origins of this most temporally disturbing research program can be traced to the admission of Julian Gregory Day to Arkham's specialized treatment facilities, where his extraordinary obsession with dates, temporal patterns, and calendar-based criminal activities had created a unique form of mental illness that defied conventional diagnostic categories while offering researchers unprecedented opportunities to study the relationship between consciousness and temporal perception. His condition represented a form of chronological psychosis that challenged existing theories about obsessive-compulsive disorders, while suggesting that time itself might serve as both trigger and treatment medium for various forms of psychiatric disturbance. The initial psychiatric evaluation of Day revealed a mind that had become completely structured around temporal relationships and calendar patterns, with his consciousness organized according to dates, anniversaries, and seasonal cycles, rather than the conventional psychological frameworks that governed normal human mental organization. His memory appeared to function as a vast chronological database, in which every experience was catalogued according to temporal coordinates, while his emotional responses were triggered by specific dates and time periods that held significance within his elaborate system of calendar-based meaning and symbolic interpretation. The research team that assembled to study Day's unprecedented condition included specialists in temporal psychology, circadian rhythm disorders, and what was termed chronotherapeutic intervention, whose combined expertise was intended to understand the mechanisms that govern time-based obsessions while identifying potential applications of controlled temporal manipulation that might benefit patients whose conditions involved various forms of temporal disorientation and time-related anxiety disorders. Dr. Patricia Kane, whose previous work had focused on seasonal affective disorders and circadian rhythm therapy, assumed leadership of the Calendar Man studies with the stated objective of understanding chronological obsession as a potential framework for treating temporal aspects of various psychiatric conditions. The specialized temporal isolation facility that was constructed to house Day during periods of intensive research incorporated environmental controls that could manipulate lighting patterns, temperature cycles, and other temporal cues, while providing researchers with precise control over his perception of time, passage, and calendar progression. The laboratory complex included chambers that could simulate various seasonal conditions, lighting systems that could create artificial day-night cycles of any desired duration, and monitoring equipment that could track his psychological responses to temporal manipulations while documenting the relationship between calendar awareness and mental stability. The preliminary research protocols involved systematic study of Day's responses to various forms of temporal manipulation, including exposure to accelerated or decelerated time cycles, artificial seasonal transitions, and calendar systems based on different cultural and historical frameworks. The early experiments revealed that his psychological stability was intimately connected to his awareness of precise temporal coordinates, with disruption of his calendar knowledge creating severe anxiety and disorientation that suggested time perception was not merely a symptom of his condition, but an essential component of his psychological architecture. The calendar deprivation studies that formed the cornerstone of the research program involved systematic isolation of Day from all temporal cues and calendar information, while monitoring his psychological deterioration and documenting the mechanisms through which chronological awareness maintained his mental stability. The deprivation experiments revealed that removal of time-based information created progressive psychological collapse, characterized by severe anxiety, identity confusion, and what researchers termed temporal psychosis, a condition in which consciousness lost its ability to organize experiences according to meaningful chronological frameworks. The artificial calendar studies that were conducted to understand Day's responses to alternative temporal systems involved exposure to various non-standard calendar formats, including lunar-based dating systems, decimal time measurements, and completely arbitrary chronological frameworks that bore no relationship to natural temporal cycles. The research revealed that his consciousness could adapt to alternative calendar systems if they maintained internal consistency and provided sufficient detail for organizing experiences according to temporal patterns, suggesting that his obsession was not specifically tied to conventional calendar structures, but rather to the presence of any systematic framework for understanding time relationships. The seasonal manipulation experiments that were designed to study Day's responses to artificial environmental changes involved systematic alteration of lighting, temperature, and atmospheric conditions designed to simulate various seasonal transitions while monitoring his psychological and physiological responses to accelerated or disrupted natural cycles. The experiments revealed that his mental stability was closely tied to seasonal awareness and that artificial manipulation of environmental conditions could trigger predictable changes in his mood, behavior, and cognitive function that suggested deep neurological connections between temporal perception and emotional regulation. The historical calendar research component of the studies involved systematic investigation of Day's responses to various historical dating systems and cultural calendar formats, including Roman, Mayan, Chinese, and other chronological frameworks that organize time according to different cultural assumptions and mathematical principles. The research revealed that his consciousness possessed remarkable flexibility in adapting to alternative temporal systems, while maintaining his essential need for precise chronological organization and calendar-based meaning structures. The anniversary manipulation studies that were conducted to understand Day's emotional responses to significant dates involved systematic manipulation of his awareness of personal and cultural anniversaries, while monitoring the psychological impact of temporal confusion and calendar-based deception. The experiments revealed that his emotional stability was intimately connected to anniversary awareness, and that false information about significant dates could create severe psychological distress and behavioral disruption that persisted until accurate temporal information was restored. The chronotherapy experiments that were designed to treat other Arkham patients using Day's temporal expertise involved controlled exposure to his calendar-based therapeutic techniques while monitoring patients' responses to systematic temporal organization and schedule-based behavioral modification. The preliminary results suggested that some patients with anxiety disorders and attention deficit conditions responded positively to rigid temporal structuring, yet the interventions also created risks of developing secondary obsessive-compulsive symptoms that mimicked Day's own chronological fixations. The temporal perception testing that was conducted to understand Day's subjective experience of time passage revealed that his consciousness operated according to chronological frameworks that differed significantly from normal human temporal perception, with his awareness of time structured around calendar, relationships, and anniversary significance, rather than conventional duration and sequence. His descriptions of temporal experience included references to what he termed calendar consciousness, a state of awareness in which individual moments gained meaning through their relationship to broader chronological patterns and temporal symmetries. The pharmaceutical research component of the Calendar Man studies involved systematic testing of various psychoactive compounds designed to influence temporal perception and chronological awareness, while potentially providing therapeutic benefits for patients with seasonal affective disorders and other time-related psychiatric conditions. The experimental medications included both conventional psychiatric drugs and novel compounds that had never been tested on human subjects, creating research protocols that prioritized data collection over subject welfare while exploring the neurochemical basis of temporal consciousness and calendar-based mental organization. The sleep cycle manipulation experiments that were conducted to understand Day's responses to artificial circadian rhythm disruption revealed that his psychological stability required not merely calendar awareness, but also precise synchronization with natural temporal cycles that provided his consciousness with essential chronological anchoring. The experiments involved systematic disruption of his sleep-wake cycles while monitoring the psychological consequences of circadian desynchronization and documenting the relationship between biological rhythms and calendar-based obsessive behaviors. The staff training protocols that were developed for working with Day included specialized education about temporal psychology and calendar-based therapeutic techniques, while providing personnel with strategies for managing his chronological obsessions without triggering anxiety episodes or behavioral crises. The training programs also addressed the psychological risks faced by staff members who were exposed to prolonged contact with extreme temporal fixations, as several personnel developed secondary obsessive-compulsive symptoms related to date and time awareness after extended work with the Calendar Man studies. The documentation requirements for temporal research created extensive archives of chronological data, behavioral observations, and psychological assessment, results that provided comprehensive records of Day's responses to various temporal manipulations, while creating research resources that could support future investigations into time-based psychiatric conditions and chronotherapy applications. The detailed documentation included precise temporal logs that tracked his behavioral changes in response to specific calendar events and seasonal transitions, creating databases that treated human psychological suffering as temporal variables in research protocols. The comparative studies that were conducted using other Arkham patients with obsessive-compulsive disorders created research opportunities for investigating different forms of behavioral fixation while potentially identifying common neurological mechanisms that might explain various types of obsessive behavior and compulsive ritual performance. The research involved systematic comparison between Day's temporal obsessions and other patients' fixations on counting, checking, cleaning, and other compulsive behaviors, creating comprehensive databases that documented the full spectrum of obsessive-compulsive manifestations within the asylum's patient population. The environmental psychology studies that were conducted using Day's living quarters as controlled temporal environments involved systematic manipulation of calendar displays, clock configurations, and seasonal decorations designed to influence his psychological state, while monitoring changes in his behavioral patterns and emotional responses to various chronological stimuli. His quarters were equipped with programmable calendar systems and automated temporal displays that could be adjusted remotely to create specific chronological environments for research purposes. The social interaction research component of the temporal studies involved controlled exposure of Day to various forms of human contact while assessing his capacity for relationships that were not structured around shared calendar, awareness, and temporal obsessions. The research revealed that his consciousness had become so thoroughly organized around chronological frameworks that he was incapable of meaningful social interaction unless other people shared his calendar-based approach to organizing experiences and relationships. The quality control measures that governed Calendar Man research included detailed protocols for maintaining precise temporal records, while ensuring that experimental manipulations produced scientifically valid data about the relationship between time perception and psychological stability. The standardization procedures treated Day's chronological responses as reproducible phenomena that could be studied using conventional research methodologies, while ignoring the profound psychological suffering that resulted from systematic disruption of his temporal awareness and calendar-based mental organization. The long-term monitoring programs that tracked changes in Day's condition over extended periods revealed gradual strengthening of his temporal obsessions, combined with increasing psychological dependence upon external calendar, systems, and chronological validation, suggesting that his condition was progressive rather than stable, and that prolonged research might be documenting the systematic reinforcement of pathological temporal fixations through continued experimental manipulation. The ethical review processes that were supposed to govern temporal research had been systematically compromised through administrative manipulation and conflicts of interest related to potential commercial applications of chronotherapy techniques and temporal manipulation technologies, creating oversight committees that provided superficial compliance with regulatory requirements while facilitating continued exploitation of Day as a research subject whose unique temporal consciousness offered unprecedented opportunities for studying time-based psychological control and calendar-mediated behavioral modification. The therapeutic applications that emerged from Calendar Man research included various forms of chronotherapy and temporal structuring techniques that were applied to treating patients with seasonal affective disorders, circadian rhythm disruptions, and time-related anxiety conditions. Yet, these interventions often created secondary obsessive-compulsive symptoms and temporal fixations that resembled Day's own chronological pathology, while failing to address the underlying psychological issues that had motivated patients to seek treatment. The legacy of the Calendar Man time studies extends far beyond the specific insights gained about temporal psychology and chronological obsession to encompass broader questions about the relationship between consciousness and time, the manipulation of temporal perception as a form of psychological control, and the transformation of psychiatric treatment into systematic investigation of human vulnerability to chronological manipulation and calendar-based behavioral modification. The program demonstrated how legitimate scientific interest in understanding time-related mental health conditions could be perverted to serve research objectives that prioritize temporal control over human dignity while creating institutional cultures that treated extraordinary psychological suffering as valuable chronological data. The subject who survived these extensive temporal studies carried both obvious chronological obsessions and profound disruptions to his natural relationship with time that would affect every aspect of his existence. Having been subjected to research procedures that systematically documented and potentially strengthened the psychological mechanisms that had destroyed his capacity for normal temporal experience, while creating dependencies upon external calendar systems that made independent psychological function increasingly difficult. His suffering represented not merely individual tragedy, but systematic violation of human temporal autonomy in service of scientific objectives that transformed the sacred human relationship to time and memory into experimental variables, while treating chronological consciousness as a renewable resource for academic investigation into the manipulation of temporal perception and calendar-based psychological control. In the deepest recesses of Arkham Asylum, where decades of experimental research have transformed the noble pursuit of psychiatric healing into a systematic exploration of human psychological vulnerability, there comes a moment when the accumulated weight of individual research programs begins to converge into something far more ambitious and far more terrifying than the sum of their separate parts. This is the chronicle of the synthesis of madness, the ultimate expression of Arkham's experimental philosophy, in which all previous research methodologies were combined into comprehensive protocols designed to create what administrators termed the perfect therapeutic intervention, yet which in practice represented the complete abandonment of medical ethics in favor of systematic psychological experimentation that treated human consciousness as raw material for institutional ambitions that exceeded the boundaries of science, medicine, and moral constraint. The origins of this most comprehensive research program can be traced to the gradual recognition among Arkham's senior staff that their individual experimental projects, while producing valuable scientific insights and advancing understanding of various psychological phenomena, were operating in isolation from one another in ways that limited their potential impact and prevented the development of unified theoretical frameworks that might integrate their separate findings into coherent approaches to treating the most severe forms of mental illness. The decision to combine methodologies from different research programs was initially motivated by legitimate scientific objectives and the desire to maximize therapeutic outcomes for patients whose conditions had proven resistant to conventional treatment approaches. Dr. Jeremiah Arkham, whose family legacy and institutional authority had enabled him to oversee the asylum's transformation from treatment facility to research laboratory, assumed personal leadership of the Synthesis Project with the stated goal of creating integrated treatment protocols that would incorporate the most effective elements from each experimental program while eliminating redundancies and contradictions that had limited their individual effectiveness. His vision encompassed nothing less than the complete restructuring of psychiatric treatment, according to principles derived from decades of experimental research conducted within the asylum's walls, creating therapeutic approaches that would revolutionize mental health care while establishing Arkham as the preeminent center for psychiatric innovation and psychological research. The patient population that was selected for the synthesis experiments consisted of individuals whose complex psychiatric conditions and treatment-resistant symptoms provided justification for employing the most extreme experimental interventions, while offering opportunities to test integrated methodologies under controlled conditions that maximized research value. The subjects chosen for these comprehensive studies were typically patients whose families had provided broad consent for experimental procedures, whose social circumstances minimized external oversight, and whose conditions were severe enough to justify treatments that pushed the boundaries of accepted medical practice while maintaining the superficial appearance of innovative therapeutic intervention. The facility modifications that were required to accommodate synthesis research involved the construction of specialized treatment suites that incorporated equipment and environmental controls from multiple previous research programs, creating therapeutic environments that could simultaneously employ fear, toxin exposure, cryogenic preservation, mind control technology, and other experimental methodologies in coordinated protocols designed to achieve maximum psychological impact while maintaining precise control over all aspects of the treatment experience. The integrated laboratories represented the culmination of decades of institutional investment in experimental infrastructure and reflected the asylum's complete commitment to pushing beyond conventional therapeutic boundaries. The theoretical framework that underpinned the synthesis approach was based upon the hypothesis that the most severe forms of mental illness required equally extreme interventions that could address multiple aspects of psychological dysfunction simultaneously, rather than focusing on individual symptoms or isolated behavioral patterns. The integrated methodology was designed to combine the consciousness-altering effects of various experimental procedures in ways that might produce therapeutic breakthroughs that exceeded anything achievable through single-modality treatment. Yet the complexity of these combined interventions made it virtually impossible to predict or control their psychological impact on research subjects. The first synthesis protocol involved systematic exposure of selected patients to carefully coordinated combinations of fear induction, memory manipulation, personality restructuring, and environmental control, designed to create comprehensive psychological transformation that would address all aspects of their psychiatric conditions, while providing researchers with unprecedented opportunities to study consciousness under conditions of extreme experimental manipulation. The subjects who participated in these initial trials were exposed to treatment regimens that lasted for weeks or months and involved daily sessions that incorporated elements from multiple research programs in sequences that had never been tested on human subjects. The psychological monitoring systems that were employed during synthesis experiments incorporated advanced brain imaging technology, continuous physiological measurement, and real-time behavioral observation designed to track the complex interactions between different experimental methodologies while documenting their combined effects on consciousness, identity, and mental stability. The monitoring equipment generated vast quantities of data about neural activity, hormonal responses, and psychological changes that provided researchers with detailed insights into the mechanisms through which combined experimental procedures affected human consciousness. Yet the volume and complexity of this information made it difficult to distinguish therapeutic benefits from iatrogenic damage. The staff coordination protocols that were developed to manage synthesis research required unprecedented levels of collaboration between researchers from different experimental programs whose methodologies and institutional cultures had evolved independently over decades of separate development. The integration of personnel from fear studies, cryogenic research, mind control programs, and other specialized areas created operational challenges that were complicated by conflicting approaches to experimental ethics, patient welfare, and research objectives that reflected the diverse institutional priorities that had shaped each individual program. The pharmaceutical components of synthesis protocols involved systematic combination of chemical agents from multiple research programs, creating complex drug regimens that might include fear toxins, consciousness-altering compounds, memory-affecting substances, and other experimental medications in combinations that had never been tested for safety or effectiveness. The polypharmacy approaches that characterized synthesis research created unpredictable interactions between different chemical systems while exposing research subjects to risks that exceeded those associated with individual experimental procedures. Yet the potential for achieving rapid therapeutic breakthroughs through combined chemical intervention provided justification for accepting these enhanced dangers. The psychological integration techniques that were employed to coordinate different aspects of synthesis treatment involved sophisticated approaches to consciousness manipulation that attempted to synchronize various experimental interventions while maintaining coherent therapeutic objectives throughout extended treatment periods. The integration methods included hypnotic programming, designed to enhance receptivity to multiple simultaneous interventions, environmental conditioning that reinforced therapeutic messages across different sensory modalities, and behavioral modification protocols that attempted to create unified psychological responses to complex experimental stimuli. The quality control measures that governed synthesis research involved elaborate protocols for ensuring consistency across multiple experimental modalities while maintaining scientific rigor in studies that incorporated unprecedented levels of complexity and methodological integration. The standardization procedures required precise coordination between different research teams whose individual expertise was essential for implementing specialized techniques, yet whose collaboration was complicated by institutional hierarchies and professional rivalries that had developed during decades of competitive research activity within the asylum's walls. The ethical review processes that were supposed to govern synthesis research had been systematically overwhelmed by the complexity and scope of integrated experimental protocols that exceeded the competence and authority of existing oversight committees, creating regulatory gaps that enabled continued expansion of experimental activities without adequate evaluation of risks or benefits associated with combined methodologies. The institutional review boards that had been established to protect research subjects found themselves unable to evaluate studies that incorporated elements from multiple specialized programs whose individual ethical implications were already poorly understood and inadequately regulated. The documentation requirements for synthesis research created comprehensive archives that included detailed records from all participating research programs, generating databases of unprecedented scope and complexity that documented every aspect of integrated experimental procedures while creating research resources that could support future investigations into combined therapeutic approaches and consciousness manipulation techniques. The record-keeping systems that were developed to manage this information required specialized personnel and advanced computational resources that reflected the institutional commitment to maintaining scientific credibility while concealing the true nature of experimental activities from external oversight. The patient outcomes that resulted from synthesis experiments included both dramatic improvements in psychiatric symptoms and severe psychological complications that reflected the unpredictable interactions between different experimental methodologies, creating treatment results that were difficult to evaluate according to conventional measures of therapeutic success or failure. Some subjects demonstrated remarkable reductions in their original psychiatric conditions, while developing entirely new forms of psychological dysfunction that appeared to be direct consequences of their exposure to integrated experimental procedures, suggesting that synthesis research was creating as many mental health problems as it was solving. The staff's psychological impact of conducting synthesis research involved exposure to levels of human suffering and experimental complexity that exceeded anything encountered in individual research programs, leading to high rates of psychological breakdown and moral numbing among personnel who were required to implement and observe integrated experimental procedures that pushed the boundaries of what trained medical professionals could psychologically tolerate. The psychological support systems that were established to address staff welfare were inadequate to address the cumulative trauma associated with participating in experiments that systematically violated fundamental principles of medical ethics and human dignity. The institutional transformation that resulted from synthesis research involved the complete abandonment of Arkham's original therapeutic mission in favor of experimental objectives that prioritized scientific advancement and institutional prestige over patient welfare and ethical responsibility. The asylum's administrative structure, physical infrastructure, and operational culture had been systematically modified to support research activities that bore little resemblance to legitimate psychiatric treatment, while maintaining the external appearance of a medical facility dedicated to treating mental illness and advancing psychological knowledge. The security protocols that surrounded synthesis research were designed to prevent any unauthorized access to experimental facilities while concealing the true nature of integrated research activities from regulatory authorities, family members, and other external observers who might question the legitimacy of procedures that combined multiple experimental methodologies in ways that created unprecedented risks to research subjects. The classification systems and administrative procedures that governed research access created elaborate deception networks that protected ongoing experiments, while ensuring that evidence of systematic abuse would be virtually impossible for investigators to discover or document. The commercial applications of synthesis research attracted interest from pharmaceutical companies, technology firms, and government agencies that viewed integrated experimental methodologies as potential sources of valuable intellectual property and technical capabilities that could be applied to developing new products and services for medical, military, and intelligence applications. The economic incentives that supported synthesis research created powerful institutional pressures that reinforced the prioritization of research objectives over ethical considerations, while providing financial resources that enabled continued expansion of experimental activities regardless of their impact on research subjects or institutional integrity. The long-term monitoring programs that tracked synthesis patients over extended periods revealed patterns of psychological change and adaptation that reflected the profound and permanent alterations to consciousness and identity that resulted from exposure to integrated experimental procedures. The longitudinal studies documented both the intended therapeutic effects and the unintended psychological consequences of synthesis treatment, while providing researchers with data about the long-term stability of experimentally induced psychological changes and the durability of therapeutic improvements achieved through combined methodological approaches. The training programs that prepared new staff members for participation in synthesis research included comprehensive desensitization procedures designed to reduce normal ethical responses to human suffering, while providing technical education about integrated experimental methodologies that enabled personnel to function effectively within institutional cultures that had completely abandoned conventional medical ethics. The psychological conditioning that accompanied technical training created staff members whose professional identities had been restructured around research objectives rather than patient welfare, ensuring continued institutional commitment to experimental priorities, regardless of their human costs. The ultimate irony of the synthesis research program lay in the recognition that its most significant achievement was not the advancement of psychiatric treatment or the development of innovative therapeutic approaches, but rather the complete transformation of a healing institution into something that more closely resembled a systematic torture facility whose activities were justified through appeals to scientific advancement and medical necessity. The asylum that had been founded to provide compassionate care for individuals suffering from mental illness had evolved into an experimental laboratory that created more psychological damage than it healed while maintaining the institutional credibility and public legitimacy that enabled continued operation without effective oversight or intervention. The legacy of the synthesis of madness extends far beyond the specific insights gained about integrated experimental methodologies to encompass fundamental questions about the corruption of medical institutions, the abandonment of ethical constraints in pursuit of scientific knowledge, and the transformation of healing into systematic exploitation that prioritizes institutional objectives over human dignity and patient welfare. The program demonstrated how noble therapeutic goals could be perverted to serve destructive purposes while maintaining the superficial appearance of legitimate medical research, creating precedents that influence psychiatric practice and medical ethics far beyond the walls of Arkham Asylum itself. The patients who survived their experiences with synthesis research carried both obvious psychological alterations and subtle cognitive changes that would affect them for the remainder of their lives, having been subjected to integrated experimental procedures that fundamentally altered their relationship to consciousness, identity, and social interaction, while providing researchers with comprehensive data about human psychological vulnerability and the limits of experimental intervention. Their suffering represented not merely individual tragedy, but systematic violation of the most basic principles of medical ethics in service of research objectives that transformed human consciousness into experimental material, while treating the sacred trust between healer and patient as an obstacle to be overcome rather than a foundation to be preserved and respected. And so we reach the end of our journey through the darkest corridors of human psychological experimentation, where the noble dream of healing minds became nightmare reality of minds broken further by those who claim to mend them. In these chronicles of Arkham's hidden laboratories and secret protocols, we have witnessed how the pursuit of understanding can become its own form of madness, how the desire to cure can corrupt into the compulsion to control. Let these tales of shadow and science serve as eternal reminders that the greatest monsters are often those who believe themselves to be healers, that the most dangerous experiments are conducted not by madmen but by those who convince themselves their methods serve a greater good. In every failed treatment and twisted therapy, we find not merely chronicles of medical horror, but deeper truths about what happens when compassion is divorced from wisdom, when knowledge advances without ethical foundation. Rest now, seeker of Gotham's deepest secrets, knowing that even in imagination's darkest asylums, there exists always the possibility of true healing, genuine understanding, and the hope that tomorrow's dawn will bring not new experiments in horror, but authentic paths toward the light that dwells within every tortured mind.